Nicos poulantas. Landmarks. Yesterday and today. Texts on the state. Francis Maspero. 1. Place Paul Pain-Lev. Paris, Friday. 1980. I Journey, Towards a Problematic Eurocommunism, July 1979. Chapter 1. 2 Gramsci, Between Sartre and Althusser, Preliminaries to the Study of Hegemony in the State 1965. Chapter 2. 1 General. 2 The State in the Relationship between Dominant Classes and Dominated Classes. 3 The State in the Relationship between Dominant Classes. 3 The State of Capital, 1976. Chapter 3. 4 Questions about Power, 1977. Chapter 4. V. The Party Crisis, 1979. Chapter 5. Presentation. Since 1976, the team of the journal Dialectics had undertaken a permanent, essential discussion with Nicos poulantas around the problem of the state. These are the very stages of this exchange which are presented in this volume. Added to this is an important landmark, a study, now unobtainable, published in 1966 in Les Temps Modernes, witness to the fundamental place of Gramsci in the development of Poulantas' reflections on the state and society. The interview given in July 1979 to the English magazine Marxism Today relates a theoretical, political journey of action and reflection. It is also deeply anchored in the difficult news of 1979, that of the consequences of the defeat of the left, that of the crisis of the parties and of a certain form of representation. While the circumstances pass, the state remains. Thank you to Nicos poulantas for making us think about it, always. The texts that follow span from 1966 to 1979. 1966, we lay down the prolegomena, feverishly searching for the new and contemporary basis of what does not exist in classical Marxism, a theory of the state, of democracy. Between Sartre and Althusser the position of politics is at stake. 1976, in these times of the beginning of the crisis, we hope a lot for a completely new and unprecedented transition towards another social organization. At the center of this transition, the description, conception, and practice of the state. Very problematic design. 1977, we still talk a lot about the state. The PCF believes he has resolved the question, and won a few votes, by abandoning the Leninist theory of the state. The French PS never ceases to consider the state, to take some voices, as a simple machine for governing men and things. Nicos poulantas creates, at PUF, the politics collection in the plural. 1979, we can talk about what we want, but without objectives. The state is undoubtedly in crisis, and the parties with it, and the unions with. 1980, the cards are redistributed. Elsewhere and otherwise. And besides, we stopped playing bridge, no more contracts. We would play, rather poorly, the game of go, questions of territory. But the state is still there, still changing. The texts, the reflections, the reasonings of Nicos poulantas too, so let's read them to better understand the rules of the game. Dialectics. I Journey, Towards a Problematic Eurocommunism. July 1979. Your work is now well known in Great Britain, but can you remind us of your intellectual and political itinerary? 1. It was through French culture that I began to know Marxism, like many people in Greece having the same social origin and the same age as me. At that time, I was 17 or 18 years old and starting to work independently. It was after the Civil War and the Communist Party had been declared illegal, which was to last until 1974. Marxist thought circulated with great difficulty. It was impossible to obtain even the classics of Marxism, so I came to Marxism through French philosophy and through Sartre in particular. My first experiences as a left-wing activist took place at university, in unions and student associations, and then I joined the EDA, which was an expanded legal form of the Communist Party. However, I was not a member of the party itself. I arrived in Western Europe after my law studies. I continued to be an active activist in the EDA. But the big problem with the EDA was that some of its members were communists and others were not. It was a sort of popular front organization, but completely dominated by the PC and without real autonomy. As I was interested in Marxism through Sartre, I was strongly influenced by Lucien Goldman and George Lukács. I undertook a doctoral thesis on the philosophy of law, in which I tried to develop a conception of law inspired by Lukács and Goldman. It was published in 1964, but from then on I began to feel the limits of this orientation in Marxism. It was then that I discovered Gramsci's work thanks to Critica Marxista, which was the most important Marxist magazine of the time. I also started working with Althusser while I was still influenced by Gramsci, which, from the outset, was simultaneously a point of agreement and disagreement with Althusser. It would take too long to explain here the details of what was above all a disagreement with Balibar. I completely approved of Althusser's first texts, especially philosophical and methodological. I have always thought, and I still think, that Althusser has a very deep understanding of the class struggle and its problems. The question of structuralism arose more with Balibar than with Althusser. In political power and social classes, there are several explicit divergences between Balibar's text and mine. I also said a few words about it in Social Classes in Capitalism Today. It was at this time that I joined the Greek Communist Party, before the split of 1968, which occurred a year after the colonel's coup. Since then, I have been a member of the Interior Party, which evolved along a Euro-communist line, while the Exterior Party remained one of the last Stalinist parties in Europe. Stalinist in the strong sense, in the sense of theoretical dogmatism, the total absence of internal democracy and absolute dependence on the USSR. Your political writings suggest that political alliances play a decisive role in the project of democratic socialism. And, however, the alliance between the PCF and the PS in France turned out to be very fragile. What lessons can we learn from this? I believe that the main problem is not that of alliances between political organizations, but, as we know, that of alliances between the classes and social strata that these organizations represent. One of the lessons of the failure of the Union of the Left in France is that it was mainly designed and built as a summit alliance. However, we cannot say that it was a purely electoral alliance, because the common program of the left is a major historical fact for the European left. It was not an alliance of a strictly cyclical and electoral type. It is nevertheless very significant that neither party attempted to build this alliance at the base, among the masses, by creating common organizations. Of course, there were joint actions in certain organizations, not counting those organized by unions and parties, but we never achieved a specific type of grassroots organization that could have crystallized the alliance. It is the now traditional failure of a popular front-type alliance. Dimitrov always said, regarding the strategy of the Third International, that specific basic organizations were needed to crystallize the alliance, which was no more realized at that time than at that of the common program. But your question goes further. I believe that this type of alliance is only possible on the condition of a certain transformation of the PCs themselves. It is very clear that, as long as we base ourselves on the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is not possible to form a lasting alliance with a partner who knows must be eliminated during the transition to socialism, when this dictatorship will have been established. I therefore believe that a revolutionary strategy for democratic socialism requires changes, which have indeed occurred in some Western European CPS, and that this is the necessary condition for new forms of political alliance. We come to the specific problem of social democracy, which shows that this question of alliances is decisive in certain countries. But we must be wary of generalizations, because social democracy does not play the same role in all the countries where it exists. I see, for example, hardly any possibility of a political alliance with German or Swedish social democracy. But it is quite different in countries where social democracy is not in government, as has been the case in France for years. And, in the structural crisis of capitalism that we are experiencing at the moment, we are witnessing a turn of social democracy towards the left, and I believe that this is one of the conditions for a more lasting alliance between the PC and the PS. I do not believe that we can still speak of social democracy in general, given this structural crisis of capitalism. There is, it seems to me, no general tendency of the bourgeoisie to resort to social democracy as a solution to the crisis. Moreover, the bourgeoisie does not have, in all societies, the economic power to offer the working class the type of compromise necessary to allow social democracy to play its role when it is in government, particularly in the context of austerity plans as we know them in Europe. It is not certain that the bourgeoisie can, in the particular conditions of each European country, achieve the conditions for a social democratic solution involving a certain number of compromises with the working class. In this case, social democracy has no other choice than an alliance with the Communist Party. But, in the other case, we see how social democracy is integrated into the state apparatus, in West Germany for example. I will not comment on the English situation, but the German case is quite particular, because Germany plays a dominant economic role in the common market, and this is why there are still possibilities for compromise with the working class. Which is not at all the case in Italy or France, and probably not in Spain either. I therefore believe that we cannot speak of social democracy in general in the current crisis of capitalism. Does this mean that the problem of reformism no longer arises on the left? I don't think so, particularly given the dual aspect of social democracy, on the one hand seeking to achieve a modernization of capitalism, but on the other hand having deep roots in the working class. The problem of social democracy is to be able to combine these two aspects, and, taking into account the structural crisis of capitalism, inter-imperialist contradictions, and certain conjunctural facts, the situation of social democracy varies greatly from one country to another. What is possible in Germany or Sweden is not possible in France or Italy. The solution for the social democratic parties is then to turn to their left and ally with the communist parties. You mentioned the problem of Eurocommunism. It is increasingly clear that Eurocommunism is not a univocal phenomenon, but that it comprises several currents. Do you think it is relevant to distinguish between what we could call a right-wing current and a left-wing current? We are talking about general trends here, and we should not immediately personalize and fetishize a distinction in a relatively new phenomenon. In the strategy of the Third International, a strategy of dual power and frontal destruction of the state, the problem of reformism was to a certain extent clear and simple. Reformist was anything that did not lead to dual power and did not create the conditions for confrontation with the state. But when we talk about a democratic path to democratic socialism, our strategy must profoundly transform, while maintaining them, forms of representative democracy and freedoms. This representative democracy must, at the same time, work hand in hand with the creation of a direct, grassroots democracy. But the first point is important: if we can no longer speak of a brutal confrontation with the state, but if it is a question of maintaining and deepening the institutions of representative democracy under socialism, then it becomes more difficult to distinguish between reformism and the revolutionary path, even if this distinction continues to exist. It is clear that we can find a reformist tendency in Eurocommunism, and in this sense I believe that we can speak of a left and a right of Eurocommunism. So for example, when Elienstein speaks of progressive, peaceful, legal, and gradual revolution, he does not pose the question differently from Koski. But what can be the relevant criterion for distinguishing between a left-wing Eurocommunism and a right-wing Eurocommunism? I think there are several. Above all, the importance attributed to direct democracy and workers' councils, which has always been a key point of the debate between reformists and revolutionaries. Left-wing Eurocommunism places much more importance on grassroots democracy. Then, the question of ruptures and transformations within the state. If we do not speak of breaking the state, left Eurocommunism considers necessary a radical transformation not only of the ideological apparatuses of the state but also of the repressive apparatuses. Whereas right-wing Eurocommunism more or less considers these devices as neutral and therefore does not attach the same importance to their transformation. Left Eurocommunism insists on the moment of rupture in the state, it does not speak of a gradual and progressive transformation. He is aware that there must be a decisive critical point, which will not be a civil war, but nevertheless a moment of deep crisis of the state and a change in the balance of forces within the state itself. Right-wing Eurocommunism does not seriously consider this alternative. To speak concretely, I see more right-wing Eurocommunist positions in Carrillo and more left-wing Eurocommunist positions in Ingrao, for example. More and more, I believe that Eurocommunism is a phenomenon specific to advanced capitalist societies. The whole problem of the democratic path to socialism, of the revolutionary path to democratic socialism is closely linked to the specific stage of development of capitalism. For you as for us, the Italian experience of historic compromise is crucial. In such a situation, what importance do you attach to the need to establish some sort of national consensus? This concept of national consensus does not seem very reliable to me. The Italian communists themselves never presented the historical compromise as a type of transition to socialism. They didn't go very far from saying it sometimes, but they present it most of the time as a specific strategy in a specific Italian situation, and not as a general model of transition to socialism. That said, there is another problem, which is the famous question, asked by Berlinguer after the coup in Chile, of the importance of a broad national consensus. I am very doubtful about this position. There is a type of analysis derived from the Gramscian tradition, which is one of the most discussed points of Gramsci's work, where he suggests that the working class must achieve its ideological and political hegemony before seizing political power. In my opinion, this is a question that must be considered in the process of democratic socialism, rather than as a precondition for democratic socialism itself. To say that we need 80% of the people to ensure the unity necessary for a left-wing government is a tautology. You yourself are a member of the Greek Communist Party from within, and perhaps we can now turn to the situation in Greece. In last year's elections, the alliance in which your party participated suffered a serious electoral setback, particularly in relation to the Greek Orthodox Communist Party. What analysis do you draw from this experience, and how do you evaluate the opposition strategy of the Orthodox Party? There are reasons for this failure of a general nature and others which relate more to the particular situation of Greece. The general reasons relate to the inadequacies of analysis and strategic coherence of Eurocommunism itself. When it is an established communist party that takes the Eurocommunist turn, this cannot be contested, except by the extreme left. But if there is a split, with the majority of the party remaining orthodox, the inadequacies of analysis of the revolutionary strategy on the part of Eurocommunism become critical in the face of the dogmatic fraction of the party. Now, regarding Greece more specifically, we must not forget the weight of the civil war. I want to talk about all the imagery and all the symbolic charge of the revolution during the civil war. However, the outside party, most of whose members were very active during the civil war, then had to go into exile and returned in 1974, this party was able to mobilize all this popular imagery. Let's say that they succeeded where Lister had failed in Spain because, as I just said, Carrillo was able to make the party itself take a Eurocommunist turn. But we also need to talk about the social situation in Greece. The Greek working class is very weak, because most of the capital is not national. The bourgeoisie is rooted throughout the Mediterranean area, there is all the great capital of shipowners, etc. So the Greek working class does not have a very high level of consciousness. In Greece, you will hardly find a family whose father and son are workers. Social mobility towards the lower middle class is very great. Some workers become petty bourgeois, emigrate and become agents of the big bourgeoisie. They come to London and work for the shipping companies, or they go to America. This weakness of the working class is not unrelated to the current success of dogmatism in Greece. It is of course also due to the errors of the Greek Communist Party, incapable of any criticism of the USSR and unable to build a real alliance for the democratic path to socialism because we hoped that the USSR would choose between the two parties. This constituted a very negative factor for the development of the party from within. Let's come to some theoretical questions. It seems that at some point you took a radical turn away from Leninism. That's absolutely correct. If there is a turning point, it is expressed in the crisis of dictatorships, and it comes from the positions I took during the period of the dictatorship in Greece. During this period, there were two lines in the Interior Party. One favorable to a frontal opposition to the dictatorship, the other seeking to use the internal contradictions between the fractions of the ruling class and the internal contradictions of the military regime. After 6 or 7 years of dictatorship, I began to understand theoretically and politically that these positions on the military dictatorship were to be linked to certain Marxist conceptions of the state itself. The state is conceived as a sort of closed field which can only be taken by an external type strategy, whether it is the Leninist frontal strategy or the Gramscian encirclement of the state. Instead, I began to think of the state as the condensation of a balance of forces, an idea that I developed in social classes in capitalism today. At the same time, I began to see what this could mean for a strategy of opposition to military regimes. I also began to apply this conception of the state to the problem of the transition to socialism, a problem that I developed in my last book, The State, Power, Socialism. It seems to me that there is a crisis, and that it affects Leninism as such. However, my position regarding Lenin is not exactly the same as with regard to Leninism. I do not believe that it can be said that Lenin was right only within the limits of the situation in the Soviet Union. I believe that one of the great and still valid intuitions of Lenin as a strategist is not Leninist centralism, but Lenin's convinced support for the base and for the direct democracy of the Soviets. Rosa Luxemburg did not oppose Lenin because he was too centralist or because he oppressed the working class, but rather because he had broken all the institutions of representative democracy, leaving only those of direct democracy, the Soviets. I believe that this Lenin can still be useful to us, the Lenin of the state and the revolution, that is to say the most important. I believe there is a positive aspect of Lenin there. The negative aspect is everything that concerns the application and theorization of the dictatorship of the proletariat, as the total destruction of representative democracy. It is false to claim that Lenin could not do otherwise because of the conditions created by the Civil War, or because of the internal balance of power within the party. There are a number of theoretical elements of Leninism which are linked to both the period of Lenin and that of Stalin, which are the theses on centralization and on the conception of the party as giving its consciousness to the working class from the outside. Which includes what to do. Which is an aspect of Leninism that I no longer believe in. And, even more, I believe that this conception of the party leads directly to that of the party state, and therefore to statism. Let's return to Althusser. In Fascism and Dictatorship, you criticize Althusser because he does not give the class struggle the place it deserves. Is it possible to assign it its rightful place within the framework of structuralism of the Althusserian type? By formulating the question in this way, you at the same time give the answer, by speaking of structuralism, which I did not do. You assume first of all that there is a global Althusserian conception, which I do not believe. There were considerable differences between Balibar, Althusser, and me, not to mention the others, from the start. For Althusser himself, or what we can still call Althusserianism, the structuralist problematic is a false problematic applied to the fundamental elements of Althusserian thought. I do not think that in the foundations of Althusser's epistemological thought there is any absence, due to a theoretical impossibility, of history and class struggle. If there is a problem in this regard, it is in Balibar, but not in all of Balibar. I would like to say that structuralism was certainly not the essence of Althusserianism, but only its infantile illness. There was a certain influence of structuralism in Althusser as in some of us, given the theoretical context in which we worked. It was structuralism against historicism, Levi Strauss against Sartre. It was extremely difficult for us to break away from these two issues. We insisted that the main danger for Marxism was not structuralism but historicism, and this is why we directed all our attention to historicism against the problems of Sartre and Lukács. The result is that we have twisted the stick in the other direction, and this has not been without effect on our theoretical work. For example, the distinction that I made in political power and social classes between structures and practices, which I did not maintain in social classes. The remark on Althusser found in Fascism and Dictatorship concerns the ideological state apparatuses. I criticized Althusser in the specific context of the discussion on AIE, and not on the heart of what was then our problem. I remain closer to the critical function of Althusserianism than to its analyses strictly speaking. Most of your writings focus on the state and politics, based on the concept of relative autonomy. How can a theory based on such a concept understand the specificity of the state and politics? I will answer this question quite simply, because we could discuss it for years. We need to know whether we remain within a Marxist framework or not, and whether we accept the determining role of the economy in its most complex sense, not determination by the productive forces, but by the relations of production and the social division of labor. In this sense, if we remain within this conceptual framework, I do not believe that we can go further in determining a specificity of politics than I have done. I'm sorry to have to say it like that. I myself am not absolutely certain that I am right to be a Marxist. Who can be sure? But if one is a Marxist, the determining role of the relations of production, in its most complex sense, must mean something, and if this is the case, we can only speak of relative autonomy, because there is no other solution. Or rather yes, there is another solution which consists of not talking at all about the determining role of the economy. Except that in Marxist conceptuality there is this very boring thing called relations of production and which have a determining role. If we give it up, then, of course, we can talk about the autonomy of politics or other modes of relations between the economic and the political. But can't we try to understand the relationships between economics and politics without deriving one from the other and while remaining within Marxist conceptuality, by resorting to the notion of conditions of existence that one practice produces for another? If we talk about conditions of existence instead of relative autonomy, I don't think we escape the difficulty. We only move it by changing words. If you say that something is the condition of existence, or the necessary precondition of existence of another instance, you are still in the problem of relative autonomy. However you phrase it, the heart of the problem remains the same. Do we believe or not in the determining role of relations of production? And if so, isn't political autonomy limited, however you put it? The problem remains to find specificity and autonomy without falling into the absolute autonomy of politics. This is the heart of the Marxist problem. We can undoubtedly improve the wording, but this question of determination is at the heart of Marxism. You asked the question about the relationship between economics and politics, but this also implies knowing what we mean by economic. Because if we include the class struggle, and then examine the relative autonomy of the state with regard to the dominant class and the class struggle, then the economic problem arises differently. The question has two terms, economic and political, which must begin by clarifying. When I speak of ultimate determination by economics, I immediately include relations of production of social classes and class struggle. There is not the economy per se, and then the class struggle on another level. This is why, when I speak of the relative autonomy of the economic already has this other meaning which implies the presence of the class struggle. But we must not forget another danger, which is that of institutionalization, since we speak exclusively in terms of devices. After all, devices are just material condensations of relationships. To take a well-known example, it was not the church which created religion but the reverse. If we only talk about devices, we can of course clarify the debate, but in reality we are only moving it, because we can only speak of enterprises and apparatuses because these presuppose the relations of production themselves. In your latest book, you seek to develop the notion of authoritarian statism, which I understand as the intensification of state control associated with the decline of political democracy. Is this theory just a more sophisticated version of the more traditional Leninist thesis that monopoly capitalism necessarily tends toward authoritarianism? Now, is it not true that, in political reality, the experience of European and North American capitalism has shown that the intensification of state control was accompanied by an expansion of political democracy? This question raises a more general problem: can we determine significant differences between state forms corresponding to different stages of capitalism? It is certain that under monopoly capitalism, as Lenin saw it, the state underwent very important modifications, which occurred both under fascism and during the New Deal. There are certain common characteristics, without there being any identity, between these two regimes. In this sense, we can generally say that the fascist state and the parliamentary state are two forms of the capitalist state. We will find both common characteristics and essential differences. The notion of authoritarian statism seeks to formulate the general characteristics of a new phase of the state, because I think we are at a turning point in the organization of the capitalist state. This formulation seeks to designate the general characteristics without identifying them with a specific regime. When I speak of authoritarian statism, this does not mean that political democracy or representative democracy is disappearing. This authoritarian statism can take very different forms: neoliberal as in France, or more authoritarian as in Germany. However, the fact remains that we are witnessing a decline of representative democracy in the classic sense, without this implying a tendency towards fascism. This is why I distinguish between authoritarian statism and fascism. I could express my concern through the political implications of this conception of authoritarian statism. The democratic transition to socialism that you defend depends on the possibility, prior to any progress towards socialism itself, of creating the conditions for an extension of democracy. Doesn't the emergence of authoritarian statism set back the possibility of this extension of democracy? That's the whole problem. It's that of the breakup. I would like to emphasize that democratic socialism requires the extension and deepening of freedoms, representative institutions, etc., which in turn requires a profound transformation of economic and social conditions. The conclusion I draw from this is that to say that we cannot fight for the extension of political rights and freedoms is to place ourselves in a defensive position in relation to the authoritarian tendency of contemporary capitalism. But I believe that we cannot defend political democracy without profoundly transforming the economic and social structures of capitalism itself. Could you clarify the idea of authoritarian statism? Is this simply the interventionist phase of the state, or is it a new, distinct type of state succeeding the interventionist and liberal state? My own ideas on this question are not absolutely clear because of the general difficulty of analyzing the stages of capitalism. In the Leninist conception, there are two stages, that of industrial capitalism and that of monopoly capitalism. I supported the thesis that there were different phases in each of these stages, but that we could not speak of a third stage. But I'm not so sure of this position anymore. In this context, authoritarian statism could not be a third stage, to the extent that we only retain two a priori. But I believe the problems are now much more complex. My first interventions on this question revolved around the theory of state monopoly capitalism and the debate which took place within the PCF on this theory. I now think that, even if we can distinguish different phases of the interventionist state, the current transformations of the capitalist state are not only of this order of magnitude. The emergence of authoritarian statism implies something much more important. Tell you about the current stage of authoritarian statism in the context of the intensification of the generic elements of economic and political crisis. Does this mean that this is the final stage of capitalism? I can see the problem clearly. This is a danger that I did not have in mind, and which you are right to point out. But, although this danger is real, I would like to emphasize that we must consider what we mean by the structural crisis of capitalism. In my text on the crisis of the state, I try to analyze this structural crisis of capitalism based on certain conceptions of the PCF, but insisting on the fact that the existence of such a crisis does not necessarily imply that it is without solution. What connection is there between this debate on the state and the importance you attach to the role of a single dominant mass party? I tried to show that even if you don't have a mass-dominant government party, then there is a mode of relationship between two parties capable of exchanging political power between them. I am thinking of the British model or even the German model where, even at the very heart of the state apparatus, we can find a mixture of labor and conservative forces, or social democrats and Christian democrats, which tend to function as a single mass party of the bourgeoisie, whatever the differences that exist between them. Even if there are changes of government in the ordinary sense, these are superficial changes compared to the core institutional forces that belong to both parties. Let us come to your conception of socialism. You are now opposed to a simple Leninist or avant-garde conception of the party. In the conclusion of the state, power, socialism, you talk about the need to combine forms of direct democracy and forms of representative democracy. But you do not explain the mode of articulation or combination of these two forms. The problem is that these are very new questions, and that we are in the process of realizing that there is no positive theory of democracy in Marx. We have a theory of capitalist democracy and a theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But we do not really have a positive assessment or theoretical foundation regarding the mode of articulation between direct democracy and representative democracy. However, it is clear that, as long as we speak of representative democracy, there continues to be a relative separation between the public sphere and the private sphere. Which brings us to the more complex problem of the relative separation of the state with regard to capitalist relations of production. And if it is not necessarily linked to capitalist relations of production, then the very question of relative autonomy in these capitalist relations of production becomes infinitely more problematic. This is the first problem. The second concerns the vanguard party. You have to be very clear. As far as we are talking about a plurality of parties in the transition to socialism, and if we are serious about it, we cannot be satisfied with what we have achieved in this area. In the Leninist tradition, the conception of the vanguard party is correlative to that of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the single-party system. We cannot both affirm the plurality of parties and maintain a Leninist conception of the vanguard party, since this conception of the party implies or even supposes the single party. So there is no question of having both at the same time. Let's take the political party. I am not at all sure that the political party is the best form of organization for social movements, with all their differences. I am not at all sure, for example, that we should ask the political party to take into consideration ecological problems, feminist problems, etc. So the problem is not to have a party such that it is not only political but can take on all aspects of economic and social life. I do not believe that this conception of a party as sole centralizer, however subtle this centralization may be, is the best solution. More and more, I think we need to have autonomous social movements that cannot have the same type of organization as a political party. There must be a feminist movement outside of any possible party, even an ideal one, because even the ideal party cannot include such a type of social movement, even if the Revolutionary Party should have certain ideas on the question of women. But does the party have a central role? Certainly yes, as long as politics is the central question, as long as the state is the central problem. But, to the extent that we need an organization, we need a type of centralism, of homogenization of differences to be able to articulate direct democracy and representative democracy. So far this role has been played by the party, but in the future some aspects may be transferred to representative bodies where several parties could play their role. We must differentiate and not identify the party and the state. And if representative institutions can fully play their role, relationships or connections will not only pass through the party itself. In Italy, for example, in regional assemblies with a communist and socialist majority, coordination between the forces of direct democracy, citizen movements, ecological movements on the one hand and representative democracy on the other does not go through the centralization of the Communist Party. There is an interesting problem for which we have no definite answer, in that party pluralism on the democratic path to socialism necessarily implies changes in the function of the party itself. You cannot at the same time have a traditional Leninist conception of the party and simply say that there must be other parties as well. This doesn't work. How to differentiate, how to transform the party? I do not believe that the party should be diluted or amalgamated with social movements. But the party cannot, as a framework apparatus, link the different movements together. We must also reconsider the Leninist conception of centralism for which what is political is essential and the rest secondary. What is the environmental movement, what is the feminist movement, what are the other social movements? These are not just secondary movements in relation to the labor movement or the party. Otherwise everything becomes secondary. We must rethink the relationships between what is essential and what is secondary. If Eurocommunism, like Marxism itself, is in crisis, it is because we are at the experimental stage where the parties are seeking to build this new strategy. See what is happening in Spain, in Italy and France, where we are also in crisis. It is perhaps more difficult in France because the PCF works as it always has. If he sometimes makes the biggest openings, he can also suddenly go back. It can range from the most open to the most closed. In this process, there is a tendency to return to traditional responses, which can be seen in the PCF. The change in the very conception of the party is at the heart of these responses. One of them, which is important in all parties, is to say, where are these new positions taking us? And to withdraw cautiously into oneself. This also happens in Italy, Spain, and elsewhere. Which is not surprising because there is no definitive answer to these questions. But these are problems that must be faced, because they will not resolve themselves, and we can no longer fall back on the old orthodoxy. 2 Gramsci, Between Sartre and Althusser. Preliminaries to the Study of Hegemony in the State 1965. 1 General 2. We know the current success of the concept of hegemony, hegemony of the proletariat, hegemonic power, hegemony in the state, hegemonic class, etc. In short, we often find ourselves faced with a use of this concept that is either too broad or too limited, in any case vague as long as we do not try to delimit its scientific status. This concept developed by Gramsci, although it was already expressly used by Plekhanov, can be applied in 2 areas which present themselves, despite their relationships, as differentiated, in that of the objective political function and the strategy of the proletariat, which raises the problem of its relationship with the concept of dictatorship of the proletariat, and in that of the structures of the capitalist state and the political constitution of the dominant classes in modern society. It is on this last ground that we will place ourselves in order to capture the novelty, the presuppositions, and the operational possibilities of this concept in the Marxist analysis of the state. Indeed, the concept of hegemony fits into a whole particular problem of dialectical materialism concerning both the question of the relationships between base and superstructure and that of the specificity of the public and state domain in a historically determined social formation. Its contribution cannot be limited, as we often tend to do, to any domain of ideology, in general, to the extent that it would indicate the role of a ruling class which, through its intellectuals, functionaries of ideology, manages to have an entire society accept its own conception of the world and, thus, lead by conditioned consent rather than dominate in the strict sense of the term. There is no need, in fact, to introduce a new concept intended simply to highlight the specific effectiveness of ideologies, in the broad sense of the term, on the basis, a fact always admitted by Marxist analysis. If the concept of hegemony has its own scientific status, it is because it allows us, applied to the capitalist state and the classes to whose interests it corresponds, to elucidate their particular historical characteristics in their relationships with a historically determined mode of production. In short, It allows us the examination of the specific logic of a specific object, of the concrete relationship between the capitalist state and the dominant classes, thus constituting an abstract, determined scientific concept. 3. To measure the contribution of the concept of hegemony, we should consider what was, for a long time, the model of the Marxist analysis of the state by the authorized authors, Vygotsky in the lead. It was governed by the key formula, state equals will of the ruling class. The state is considered first of all as a set whose institutional specificity would be reduced to its normative aspect. This set would thus presuppose a certain subject emitting these norms personified by class will. Secondly, it is at the same time considered as an instrument of repressive violence, which would presuppose a certain actor manipulating and exercising this violence, which cannot be other than the will of the dominant class. In fact, this fundamentally idealist and voluntarist conception of the state, which identifies it with a machine or a tool invented and created for the sole purpose of domination by a class will, is fundamentally opposed to the Marxist scientific analysis of the state. It leads to numerous consequences which ultimately materialize in two currents. On the one hand, the state is genetically considered as the product of a will, even of a class consciousness, an abstract entity and transcendent subject of history, of which we cannot elucidate, to the extent that it constitutes an ideological concept, the objective relationships with the structures of a particular mode of production. On the other hand, the class interests which constitute the substrate of the state in its relations with the specific domain of class struggle are at the same time considered, according to a vulgar economism and in an uncritical manner, as transposed into their institutionalized political expression as is. Without any other mediation, no dialectical relationship can thus be established between these economic social interests and the class political will, to the exact extent that this concept of will cannot constitute the genetic link of the state and all the objective relationships of a mode of production within which these interests are themselves constituted. This invariable voluntarism economism structure is found in all the concrete consequences resulting from the formula state equals will of the dominant class, namely, a. The state is considered as the exclusive prerogative of a dominant class. Class will, the determining principle of mediation and generation of superstructures and ideologies from the base, presents itself as the expression of an indivisible and abstract essence of a unique class subject of the will of domination and the state. b. This class subject of the state is itself considered in its relations with the state, as abstractly unified by its sole desire for domination. The problem of a scientific examination of the internal contradictions of this class, in their transposition to the level of the state, is diluted in its consideration as a unity of will. c. The specific internal unity of the state corresponding to its relative autonomy and its specific effectiveness is itself immediately related to the unity of will of the dominant class. The dialectical relations of the state and the dominant classes, based on their respective constitution as particular political units, are thus reduced to a reduction of the unity of the state to that, presupposed, of the dominant class. d. The state is considered as the instrument, the machine, the tool, the apparatus invented and created by this class for the purposes of its domination and therefore as manipulable at will by the will of the class. e. The state is considered unilaterally as a force of oppression and organization of violence. Concrete manifestation of class will. The principle of generation and the effectiveness of the state would crystallize in violence, considered as a corollary, psychosocial in nature, of class will, which leads us to the whole series of voluntarist theories of the state, from Hobbes to Searle. f. The problem of the historical specificity of a specific state is diluted in the abstract consideration of the state in general. To the extent that this concept of class will does not make it possible to establish the historical genetic link between the institutionalized political level and the particular set of a type of mode of production, of forces and relations of production, which constitutes the basis of a given social formation, the different types of state would ultimately be characterized by a simple difference in saying or presenting oppression to the dominant class and by an identity of the historically undifferentiated desire for domination and baton blows that its organs distribute. which leads to anarchist conceptions of the state and the Hegelian conception of master and slave. It is all too obvious that the consequences of the theoretical historical conception of the state as a product of a will of the dominant class lead to the pure and simple impossibility of a concrete analysis of a particular historically determined state. Indeed, this conception of the state is itself linked to a purely instrumentalist consideration of the status of superstructures and ideologies, a conception which found its spectacular formulation in Stalin. The superstructural domain would constitute, in its genesis and its own effectiveness, what is useful at the base for. And the use of the term utility, which is not, in its equivocal sense, fortuitous, is itself linked to the entire voluntarist and subjectivist conception of superstructures. Men become aware of the base through the superstructures, therefore want and make the useful superstructures, or again, these would constitute the element of approach and action, voluntarism, of men subjects on an opaque and stubborn base, economism, whose manipulation would only be possible through the intermediary of superstructures which one could make and undo as one wished. The base would pose problems that it could not resolve itself, economism, and to which only the superstructure could provide answers, voluntarism. The Marxist problem of an objective relationship between objective structures and practices of the base and the superstructure is sidestepped in favor of a radical split in the respective statuses of the base, economism, and the superstructure, voluntarism. A split which can only lead to simplistic monisms to the exact extent that these two anti-dialectic conceptions, which are necessarily linked, complement each other in turn in order to constitute an overall conception of the historical process. Products of a will of class subject of history, the domains of the superstructure would not ultimately present, within this finalist vision of history, their own objective reality generated from the base, in the historical process of a will subject of an idealistic style of history as a whole, subject which would produce and totalize the various levels of social practices. The superstructures take on the status of a simple objectification of the consciousness will of a class whose own effectiveness on the basis would be explainable by a circular return of the phenomenon on the essence in the specific deployment of the subject. The superstructures would appear in turn and indifferently, in parallel, as simple phenomenon objectivations reducible to the base, itself product of a voluntarist praxis, or even as the determining factor of the whole of a social formation. This determining role can in fact be reversed in the unilinear relationship of these two domains constituted by the praxis will of class subject of the story. This is because, in fact, economism, the invariable corollary of voluntarism, can only lead to a global voluntarist conception of all the relationships of a social formation. Indeed, in an economistic conception of Marxism, corresponding to a vulgar monism, the objective relationship between the various levels of reality of social practices which, precisely, founds the historical dialectical process, is abandoned in favor of a unilinear determinism. The superstructures are reduced to the base, the practice diluted in favor of a mechanistic consideration of the productive forces. In this case, the historical process can only be explained to the extent that it is acted, only by the admission, like the Hegelian example, of a totalizing and driving consciousness subject will. This will consciousness is no longer simply a link of mediation between base, in its economistic conception, and superstructure, the principle of generating superstructures from the base, but necessarily takes on the role of producing agent, and through the superstructures, of the objective structures even of the base. In short, this invariable theoretical structure voluntarism economism is generally situated within the logic of a conception of the Hegelian idea totality. The base and the superstructure present themselves as indifferently interchangeable in their role as determining instance of the dialectical process, given that in fact within this will consciousness praxis, motor of this spherical and circular process, the need for a determining instance is non-existent. Now, to situate the original Marxist problem of the state, it would be appropriate to return to the first works of Marx, where he deals with the modern political state, and see what their relationship may be with the evolution of Marx's thought concerning more particularly the problem of the relationship between the base and the superstructure. It is only thus, in fact, that we will be able to delimit the presuppositions of the concept of hegemony. We thus know that in Hegel's critique of the philosophy of the state and the articles in the Franco-German annals, his perspective still drawing on the influences of Feuerbach and Fichte, Marx criticizes Hegel on the model of political anthropological alienation, on that of the relationships between subject-predicate, essence-phenomenon. For Hegel, the state constitutes the subject, the essence of civil society, of the world of needs. For Marx, these subjects and essences are concrete individuals, generic men, civil society. The state constituting the alienated expression, the political religion, of their essence. For Hegel, therefore, the state would have produced and contained the whole of civil society. For Marx, it would be the whole of civil society, the generic people men, which would have produced the state, without containing it, because it is a question of political alienation. The phenomenon of this essence. Now, it is not a question here of returning to the discussion on the young Marx, but of indicating an order of problems which poses, with regard to the examination of the state, the passage of Marx from his youth to his maturity. He develops the scientific concepts of mode of production, class struggle, base and superstructure, etc. The state, a particular domain of the superstructure, no longer presents itself as a simple phenomenon, an alienation or a predicate of an essence, of civil society concrete individuals, but as an objective, specific and effective reality of its own generated from the scientifically delimited base as class struggle within a historically determined mode of production. The conception of the class state appears. However, what is in this context the effort of the most serious Marxists who try to put into effect this incontestable evolution and originality of the mature Marx in relation to the young Marx, concerning the relations of the base and the superstructure and the particular problem of the state? They in fact bring this specific reality of the state, as a specific domain of the superstructure, not to the particular whole that constitutes for Marx a historically determined mode of production, but to the political practice, and not the will, of a class, the dominant class, thereby completely misunderstanding the meaning of the concept of class state. In fact, the state, for Marx, mature, Engels and Lenin, is the state of a society divided into classes. We will deal below with the problem of the state in the Asian mode of production. It constitutes a particular set of objective structures which arise and function in relation to the contradictions specific to a particular set, a type of unity that constitutes a given social formation based on a determined mode of production. Through his own intellectual evolution, Marx retained from his youthful works the conception of the state as an organic whole corresponding to another whole constituted by civil society, the structuring of which as a unit of its own he discovered, in the rest of his work. The state corresponds to the interests of the dominant class to the extent that these interests are themselves structured within an objective place constituted by the unity of a whole, the base which means that there is one or certain dominant classes, that there is a given state and that the state corresponds to the interests of the dominant class or fraction. This correspondence, although the state is in no way the product of these classes, is not itself due to the chance of any trick of reason, and this because the state, while possessing its own objective reality, is constituted from the same place where the class struggle and the relations of exploitation and domination are located. The state thus crystallizes in its own unity, and because of its generation from the basic unity, the relations of production and the class relations, the modern political state does not translate at the political level the interests of the dominant classes, but the relationship of these interests with those of the dominated classes, which means that it constitutes precisely the political expression of the interests of the dominant classes. To return thus to the originality and the scientific content of the Marxist theory concerning the state, we will have to break with any purely descriptive conception which sees in the state the product or the instrument of the dominant classes, or rather we will have to not confuse the descriptive expressions of the classics of Marxism, abundant, rightly, in the political domain, with scientific concepts, and the scientificity of a concept depends precisely on the theoretical place within which it is located in its constitution. We cannot abstract a theoretical concept from Marx, the social class, and erect it, thus isolated, as a historical subject producing superstructures objects, neglecting the fact that this concept can only have as place of theoretical constitution an objective whole designated by the mode of production. If we therefore want to decisively go beyond any conception necessarily leading to a voluntarism of the Lukácsian type, it will not be by replacing the notion of concrete individuals with that of class, or for the notion of consciousness or class will with that of class practice, nor by uncritically juxtaposing as factors for generating superstructures the subjective factor, class will, and the objective factor, the basic objective whole. It is in fact by definitively abandoning any perspective which brings back both the structuring of a given social formation and the succession of these formations to any subject, whether this subject is social work, praxis, social class, or concrete individuals. Indeed, it can easily be demonstrated, a fact that is perfectly clear in the work of the young Marx, where he admits the subjectivist perspective, that this necessarily attributes to the domain of superstructures and ideologies the status of alienation, and that, vice versa, the problem of alienation is invariably linked to the admission of the subject. In this case, we inevitably encounter a pair of superimposable statuses concerning respectively the base and the superstructure which, in fact, reduce the dialectical materialist perspective to an empiricist Marxist perspective. I am talking about the subject objectification, real ideal, concrete abstract, essence alienation, material consciousness couples. Superstructures and ideologies will present themselves, consequently, as relating both to the status of an ideal, abstract, even false and misleading phenomenon, and as instrumental products of the subject. By the invariant theoretical structure of voluntarism economism, brought back in the final analysis to the fact of the admission of the subject, it would in no way be an exaggeration to see in the Stalinist instrumentalist problematic of the superstructure and ideologies an inverted replica of the subjectivist perspective of the young Marx. Furthermore, we should not forget the problem which led the Marxism of the Second International to a neglect of the examination of the state, which Lenin fought with his text The State and the Revolution. From the Hegelian perspective predominant at that time in the Marxist movement, and from an interpretation of the texts of Marx and Engels according to the schema of alienation consciousness of the young Marx, the state was relegated to the status of an ideal phenomenon, of alienated content of consciousness, which resulted, with regard to the anti-revisionist tendency, in the conception of an anarcho-syndicalist strategy located at the strictly economic social level. The reaction is clearly evident in the work of K. Korsch who, however, himself adopting the Hegelian subjectivist perspective, tried in vain to demonstrate the real character of the state while considering it, ultimately, as a product of class consciousness. However, in the scientific Marxist perspective, the subjectivist problematic is abandoned in favor of a system of objective relationships between objective structures and practices, constituting specific levels of reality with their own unity, within the unity of a determined social formation, a unity itself reduced to that, typical, of a mode of production. The problem of historicity is itself, consequently, in no way reduced to a subject-agent totalizer, but to the succession and transition between systems of relationships, social formations, themselves constituting, as such, systems of regulated transformations, which presupposes a complex succession, at all levels, and not unilinear, as is the case in the Hegelian or voluntarist historicity of the subject, or even in the economic historicity, based on the unilinear development of productive forms. The constituent features of the political structures of the modern state, in their opposition to those of the economic corporate state, had been pointed out by Marx in his early works where he drew attention to the crucial fact, for the examination of the modern state, of the separation of civil society and the state. Hegel, Marx tells us in short, had observed, following elsewhere, although this observation was formulated for them in different forms, from Locke, Kant, etc., and attempted to resolve in an erroneous manner a real problem, that of the separation of the modern bourgeois state constituting the sphere of the universal and the general from civil society, from particular and private economic social needs. The bourgeoisie has carried out a partial, exclusively political revolution in France. What did this revolution consist of? In the fact that a part of civil society emancipates itself and achieves universal power, in the fact that a class undertakes the universal emancipation of society from its particular situation. The political state does not present itself, as was the case for the types of slave and feudal state, as the simple ratification by force of the economic social interests, in the strict sense of the term, of the dominant classes or class fractions. These interests are not transposed, in their relationships with the objective structures of the state, in their immediate form of private interests, but must take on a properly political mediated form and present themselves as embodying the general interest of all of society. The state itself presents itself not as the place of constitution of the public domination of a privileged private, but as the expression of the universal and, through the political constitution of the dominant classes, the guarantor of the general interest. Precisely to the extent that the universalizing political structures of the state appear, the latter dissociates itself from civil society, which itself remains the place of contradictions between private interests. Its character of universality, based on a conciliation of the various private interests, on a synthesis of their contradictions, is moreover only an illusion and a deceitful formality, correlative in fact not to a real status and function in relation to civil society, but to its alienating abstraction-specific coordinates, concrete individuals to this society. The political character of universality of the modern state constitutes a political act of complete transubstantialization, an ecstasy, an act by which civil society dissociates within itself as civil society. The abstraction of the state as such belongs only to modern times. The abstraction of the political state is a modern product. The modern state, therefore, although corresponding to the private interests of the bourgeois class, says itself, through a truly mystifying ideological projection, the sphere of universal interest. However, this notion of the separation of civil society and the state remains a constant in Marx's thought, despite its evolution which led to his conception of the class state. It is precisely in the rest of his work that Marx will discover the scientific basis of this separation, which will no longer present itself as a result of the alienation of generic men, as a phenomenon separated from the essence but as a reality characteristic of the objective structures of the political state generated from a determined mode of production. The conception of a class state, far from abolishing this distancing of the state and civil society, will itself be located within it, and Marx will thus attempt to discover what should be the particular political structuring of the specific interests of a social class, interests to which correspond the objective structures of a state separate from civil society. 5. The specificity of these structures will not lie, of course, in the fact that the state, following Hegelian example, effectively achieves the conciliation, in the universal, of private interests. It will reside in a real but formal and abstract universality, the abstraction and formality of which will need to be scientifically delimited. The characters of abstraction and formality of the universalizing structure of the modern state will not themselves be conceived as constitutive features of a political alienation, like those of a phenomenon abstract from its concrete essence. They will be brought back, as characteristics of a specific real structure, to the objective data of the base. Thus the separation of the state and civil society, namely the properly political character of the capitalist state, is manifested, in the rest of Marx's work, by the character of universality which takes on a particular set of values which constitute the objective structuring factors, the specific mediation between the base and the political superstructure of the institutions of a state generated by a particular type of mode of production which characterizes the capitalist exchangeist social formation. This set of values takes on not simply an ideological role of justification, but the function of a condition of possibility of the objective structures of the modern representative state, structures which themselves constitute the conditions of possibility of the coordinates of the basis of a capitalist exchange society. These are the universal values of formal and abstract freedom and equality. We indeed note, with regard to societies based on expanded reproduction and on universalized exchanges of goods, a process of privatization and empowerment of male producers. Natural human relationships based on a hierarchy of economic social subordination of producers are replaced by social relationships of autonomized individuals, located in the process of exchanges. Marx and Lenin insist on this evolution from natural relationships towards social relationships, on the empowerment of individuals corresponding to a split between concrete work and abstract work, between use value and exchange value, which is the basis of the constitution of the commodity value and the commodity labor and of exploitation in capitalist exchange society. The process of abstraction and equalization within the labor process itself, this empowerment and privatization of individuals within the exchange process itself and the resulting forms of private property and competition, corresponds, at the political level, to the formal and abstract values of freedom and equality and to the separation of civil society and the state. 6. This appearance of social relations in the capitalist production system in fact presupposes, as a necessary prerequisite, the characteristic atomization of civil society and goes hand in hand with the appearance of properly political relations, to the extent that the capitalist mode of production is incompatible with a division of labor subject to a public hierarchy such that it can pose obstacles to the constitution of relationships necessary for a stage in the development of the productive forces, that it can prevent the molecularization of society. In slave and feudal societies, producers were in fact immediately subordinated by natural links which, as such, took on a public character. In short, the relations of exploitation generally took on a mixed, economic, social and political character. The relationship of the producer to the hierarchical community, public status of the slave, the serf, the peasant, etc. Based on a certain mode of production where exchanges do not have a determining role in the reproduction process, immediately conditions its economic social position in the production process. Economic social relationships and public relationships as they materialize in the institutions of the state are thus assimilated and identified within the overall relationship of naturalness. The social classes, unlike modern mobile and open classes, are at the same time political castes. The state and ratification by public force of economic social relationships as they are, whose relationship with the state is due to their consideration as natural or sacred. They are deemed to be determined in advance by a human nature, a projection of existing social relations, and thus result from a natural inequality of men, or, and in fact in parallel, as ethico-religious relations consecrated by some divinity, by a divine nature of society. However, in the context of slave and medieval societies, politics does not constitute a specific level, with its own internal logic, of autonomized structures and practices, because man's membership in a public community is identified with his function, transposed into a sacred economic social mythology, in economic corporate groups within a globally and strictly hierarchical social formation. The concept of the properly political, and the concrete consequences which result from it concerning politics power and politics practice, is in fact linked in Marx and Gramsci 7 to the separation of the state and civil society within the framework of the progressive constitution of the modern bourgeois state, the empowerment, in capitalist society, of producers, the particular forms that competition takes there, the mode of production which generates this particular form of private and particular correspond, on the side of the state, to its strictly political universal character, thematized by political theory as the rationality of the state. Based on the formal and abstract values of freedom and equality, all men are free and equal to the extent that all men are private individuals. The state takes the secular form of an abstract normative regulation of the relationships between will individuals engaged in exchanges and competition, the objective function of establishing the formal framework of external cohesion from a practical field of competitive and exchangeable encounters to civil society divided into a multiplicity of centers of autonomized wills. The modern legal system, distinct from feudal regulation based on privileges, takes on a normative character based on these values of equality and freedom and expresses specific relationships in the universe of universalized exchanges and competition. The state thus establishes an order to the anarchy of individual relationships, an order which has a double objective function, both that of preserving and maintaining the fragmentation of civil society and that of organizing it with a view to its functioning within a capitalist exchangist mode of production. The legitimacy of the state is no longer based on the divine will embodied for example by the monarchical principle, but on the abstract set of formally free and equal individuals, separated, in other words, from their concrete determinations in civil society on popular sovereignty and the secular responsibility of the state towards the people themselves are established as the principle of political determination of the state, not as a set of individuals holding a particular place in the production process, but as an empirical and abstract mass of individual citizens whose mode of participation in a national political community expressed by the state is manifest in universal suffrage. The modern state presents itself as embodying the general interest of all of society, as substantializing the will of this political body that would be the nation. It thus takes on this fundamental particularity in relation to other types of state, namely that of presenting itself as the sphere of the universal and the general, that of freeing individual political persons from the natural hierarchies which hinder their integration into a universal community, and this to the extent that its objective function is to establish an order of unification to the molecularized swinging society. The atomistic dissociation of civil society constitutes precisely its condition of possibility. It separates itself from civil society because, founded on itself on this molecularization, it can only access the sphere of the universal through an abstraction and formality which makes it possible to politically capture the governed men as political individuals, persons, separated from their concrete economic social determinations. Thus the study of the objective structures of the state in their relationship with the fundamental framework of the mode of production, from which social classes, class interests, and class struggle are structured, makes it possible to move to the political level of class struggle and to examine the relationship between the particular, political, structuring that the economic social interests of the dominant class or classes have in capitalist society in relation to the objective structures of the state which enforces these interests, in short the relationships between properly political class struggle and the properly political state. The structure of domination is no longer that of an invariable economic social interests of the dominant classes plus state repression, but corresponds to a universalizing and mediated form, which these interests must take in relation to a political state which at the same time has the real function, while remaining a class state, of representing a formal and abstract general interest of society. In the economic corporate state of the feudal type or the fascist type, the economic social interests of the dominant classes receive, in their empirical immediacy, as they are, a consecration by the state force, invested in a properly imaginary justifying ideology. Civil society and the state, economics and politics are closely intertwined to the extent that the state imposes the private economic corporate interests of the dominant classes through corporalization and direct domination of society. The modern state, on the other hand, corresponds to the strictly political interests of the hegemonic classes, the economic social interests of these classes, in their relationship to the objective universalizing institutions of the state, are conceived and presented as the driving force of a universal expansion, of a development of all national energies. 8. We can thus delimit the field of scientific constitution of the concept of hegemony. It is located in the theoretical field corresponding to the particular place that constitutes the political level and presupposes, as the theoretical historical condition of its constitution, the fundamental coordinates of a determined mode of production which are the basis of the appearance of politics as a specific level of autonomized structures and practices through the mediation of the separation of civil society and the state that they generate. Now, to take Lenin's characteristic formulation, we can summarily distinguish social practice into economic practice, political practice, and ideological practice. From this perspective, in the context of a society divided into classes, we can characterize as a political practice in general that which has as its object the state, whose constitution as an objective institution corresponds, already in the Asian mode of production, to the appearance of a public power, a force separated from the population organized into arms. However, within the framework of pre-capitalist formations, these various practices and structures present themselves as closely intertwined, not constituting specific levels with their own internal logic, practical places capable of constituting specific objects of specific corresponding sciences. And, without wanting to enter into the discussion of the relationships between scientific theory and its object, we can nevertheless see that one of the reasons why economic science and political science, the latter appearing with Hobbes and Machiavelli, appeared first in the capitalist formation lies in the fundamental characteristic, in this respect, of this formation. The various levels of social structures and practices appear relatively autonomous. Autonomization of economics from politics, in pre-capitalist formations, even in market societies based on slavery and corvée, production and reproduction is determined by public relations of domination. In capitalist formation, the determining factors of production and reproduction are exchanges and surplus value as the direct aim and determining motive of production, Marx tells us. Autonomization of politics from economics, modern separation of civil society and the state, no longer in the sense of separation of a force state from the armed people, which does not prevent, on the contrary, the interweaving of politics and economics, but in the sense that we have just explained. Suffice it to say that politics, through this autonomization, takes on, in the capitalist formation, its own characteristics compared to those which constituted it in the pre-capitalist formations, a process moreover homologous to that of the differentiation, in relation to economic science, between capitalist mode of production and pre-capitalist modes of production. Also the concept of hegemony, designating the most frankly political phase, includes the particular constituent elements of politics in the capitalist formation and indicates precisely the moment when these elements reach such importance that they present themselves as determining factors of the balance of situations or the relations of forces in the current social formation. The concept of hegemony therefore has as its field of application both the domain of institutionalized political structures and the domain of the political practices of the dominant classes, namely a. The domain of institutionalized political structures. The political would in this case include the structures of a state separated from civil society. It would designate a specific form of power concretized in objective superstructural institutions including the instance of universality. This universality itself presents two aspects. The modern state constitutes a specific factor. With its own relative and effective autonomy, structuring a real general interest of the dominant classes or fractions under the aegis of the hegemonic class or fraction, and appears as representative of the formal and abstract general interest of the nation. The concept of hegemony designates here the phase of the process of objective structuring of the modern state where the concrete consequences of this instance of universality, consent, ideological functions, organizational role of intellectual and moral direction, etc. reach a determining degree in the particular relationships of domination crystallized by the state. b. The domain of political practices of the dominant classes in capitalist exchange society. Politics would in this case designate a particular practice with its own autonomy, distinct for example from ethico-religious practice, having as its specific object the maintenance or seizure of power. In the first place, the institutionalized form of power, the desacralized political state but also a particular form of non-institutionalized power, only to the extent that this last form of power goes beyond domination or the position of force, of a strictly economic corporate character, and presents itself as correlative to a universalizing structuring of economic social interests, direction by a group of subordinate groups, etc. in their constitutive relationship to the political state. Political practice, extending to the complex domain of ideologies, would thus relate to the degree of homogeneity, self-consciousness, and organization that the dominant classes achieve for this purpose and would itself understand the instance of universality in its double aspect. The dominant class or fraction which maintains itself or which tends to conquer political power must organize itself by structuring its specific economic social interests in such a way that they can represent a real general interest of The classes or dominant fractions, presented and conceived as the general interest of the nation. In this case, the concept of hegemony designates the moment when the political structuring of the dominant classes, ideological, organizational function, leadership role, etc., takes place. Has a determining importance in class relations 9. Thus defined, the concept of hegemony can be useful to us in various respects. Firstly, considered in the typological problematic concerning a type of state, this concept, applied to the type of state which corresponds to the capitalist exchange formation, makes it possible to account for both its specific unity and its own future. The Marxist typological problem effectively resides in the fact of discovering a typical concept which can explain the typical unity of the specific structures of a level of social reality which constitutes them as an object of scientific analysis, in their relationships with the type of mode of production which constitutes the foundation of the unity of a historically determined social formation. In short, discover a concept which, contrary to formalist and formalizing models of the ideal type kind, or, on the other hand, the concrete universal concept, constitutes an abstract determined concept. These are precisely the characteristic features of the concept of hegemony. In this sense, the hegemonic state must be conceived in its progressive structuring. This has taken very diversified concrete forms depending on the national groups envisaged, etc. The transitional form belonging to this type of state being the absolutist state, but which generally present the typical characteristics generated by the separation of civil society and the state. This will indeed allow us to delineate certain problems. We will be able to conceive exactly the evolution of this type of state towards its hegemonic constitution, which itself takes various concrete forms, and thus see that this diversity or that the transformations of the forms of state or political regimes within the capitalist mode of production do not fundamentally call into question the very objective framework of the hegemonic state. They correspond to particularities of this mode and to the concrete aspects that the political class struggle takes, even to the various forms of hegemonic class exploitation, to the content and concrete form of this hegemony. It is in this context that we can pose the problem of knowing whether the particularities of the evolution of productive forces and relations of production which characterize imperialism or state monopoly capitalism constitute differentiated units of mode of production which correspond to new types of state. In fact, these certain particularities do indeed present their own unity, but within the capitalist type. See for example the whole problem of the transition, within the capitalist mode of production, from manufacturing to large-scale industry. This unity, at least as far as its relations with the specific internal unity of the state are concerned, does not in any way constitute a typical whole generating a new type of state, but simply contradictions located within this fundamental typical framework of the state. The so-called welfare state or technocratic state, etc., can only in fact be explained if we consider them, according to the evolution of class hegemony, as forms of state or even forms of regime within the type of modern class state. This is because, in fact, these particularities of the mode of production are themselves located as contradictions, as Lenin clearly showed, within the type of the capitalist social formation. Without entering into analyses concerning the capital differences which characterize the current state in relation to the liberal state, we limit ourselves to indicating that the rigorous application of the concept of hegemony to the type of state corresponding to the capitalist social formation makes it possible to situate these differences within the historicity specific to a type of state corresponding to hegemonic class exploitation. The developments of the current state are located within a separation of civil society and the state, despite the transformations of democratic liberalism theorized by Locke, Montesquieu, Humboldt, Constant, etc., towards a strong state, within an internal unity specific to the state corresponding to its separation from civil society, despite certain corporatist developments in the state, within a molecularization of civil society maintained by the state, despite the new forms of expression that the progressive socialization of the forces of production takes, within a specificity of the political level in relation to the economic corporate level, within a relative autonomy of the state in relation to both the economic social groups of civil society and the dominant classes or fractions, despite the phenomenon of monopolistic concentration, in short, within a properly political, even class hegemonic, exploitation. And here we recognize the hobby horse themes of the entire neo-capitalist corporatist institutionalist theoretical current of the state. In fact, the fundamental coordinates of the hegemonic class state are still present in the current form of a state, which corresponds to the transformations that hegemonic domination takes in the framework of monopolistic concentration. And we should possibly insist here on the capital ideological phenomenon which takes place in relation to these neo-capitalist theories of the state, presupposing the fundamental theoretical coordinates of the functionalist current. Through, on the one hand, the monopolistic concentration of capital, through, on the other, the progressive socialization of the forces of production, namely through the concrete form that currently takes the main aspect of the contradiction between private appropriation of the means of production and progressive socialization of the forces of production, we are witnessing real transformations of the state tending to contain this contradiction. These real phenomena, revealing, in the production process itself, the concrete relationships between the individual, the center of liberal democratic thought, and the social groups within which he is integrated, even constituted, both the individual owner and the individual producer while opening possibilities to the scientific problem, are theoretically extrapolated by a purely ideological use of the theme generated by the real process. We can advance, as a working hypothesis, that the real phenomena reported generate, at the theoretical level, and through numerous mediations, the theme of the totality, the problem of the institution, the structure, the corporation, the mass, etc., which replaces that of individualism. The ideological extrapolation of this theme lies in the subjectivist concretizations and applications, dating back to M. Weber, of the totality in the current of functionalism, the theoretical framework of the neo-corporatist institutionalist current of the state, in the very notion of structure or system, and of the relationships of its elements which it accepts, in short in the political theme of the social formation conceived, in the final analysis, as a subject circular set of elements, empirical equivalent, balanced and integrated powers/counterpowers, veto groups, etc. And this goes against the Marxist notion of totality, indicating, at the political level, the contradictory objective unity of elements that are both functional and dysfunctional, dominated by the hegemonic class or fraction. Hence the fact that functionalism is located within an invariable ideological problem subject totality empiricism. We thus simply point out that the use of the concept of hegemony makes it possible to correctly capture both the framework of the liberal state and the current developments of the state located within the fundamental coordinates of the type of capitalist state and the new forms that hegemonic class exploitation takes. 2. The state in the relationship between dominant classes and dominated classes. We could thus try to understand more closely the particularities of the modern state that the concept of hegemony allows us to detect, and first of all with regard to the relationships between dominant classes and dominated classes. A. This concept indicates, first of all, that the modern state cannot unequivocally endorse the specific economic social interests, empirically conceived, of the dominant classes. If its hegemonic function of universality, as an ordering framework for molecularized society, is consistent with the interests of capital, it nevertheless necessarily includes, at the specific political level of the class struggle, a guarantee of certain economic corporate interests of the dominated classes, a guarantee consistent with the hegemonic constitution of the class in power whose political interests the state asserts. What is therefore important here is that this integration of the economic corporate interests of the dominated classes in the political state does not have the character of a mechanical compromise within an economic social balance of forces, as is the case in the economic corporate state. In this state, the interests of the dominated classes are generally only guaranteed to the extent that they are compatible with the strict economic corporate interests of the dominant classes, and where they can incorporate themselves within the small margin of mechanical compromise that the economic social relationship of the forces present allows. Indeed, within the framework of this state, Any particle of economic social power displaced from the dominant class to the dominated classes counts for what it is, namely that it automatically diminishes the power held by the dominant class. Economic social power in fact presents itself here as a set of bastions of force whose internal unity is not achieved, through the mediation of the state, at a specific level which is the autonomized political level, with its own internal logic, corresponding moreover to the specific unity of the hegemonic state and which precisely allows the assimilation of a relatively large fringe of economic corporate interests of the dominated classes to the interest politics of the ruling classes. Thus, with regard to the modern state, and to take just one example, certain conquests of the working class, such as social security in its beginnings, are actually consistent with the strict economic corporate interest of capital to the extent that they ensure the production of labor power. Certain others, however, judged on the economic corporate level, the problem of the welfare state, can be considered as contrary to the strict interests of capital, although they correspond to its political interests. The modern state is in fact at the service of the political interests of the hegemonic classes against, often, their own economic corporate interests, at the service of the general interest of the dominant classes or fractions, politically constituted in the general interest of society. b. The concept of hegemony is of paramount importance with regard to the study of the function, particular effectiveness, and political character of ideologies within the framework of hegemonic class exploitation, and this to the extent that it is constituted from the specific political level of the capitalist formation. We know, in fact, in a somewhat popularized version of Gramsci, that hegemony indicates the characteristic of a class which manages to impose on the entire social formation the ideology, the conception of the world, the way of living, the taste, etc., constituted from its own position in this formation. However, this general reference does not succeed in locating exactly the specifically political function of ideologies in the current social formation. However, to achieve this end, we should return to the presuppositions of the constitution of the concept of hegemony. Indeed, we have already mentioned the fact that the general conception of hegemony presupposes a global abandonment of the subjectivist perspective. We know that the young Marx conceived the problem of ideology, as was also the case for that of superstructures, from the subject alienation model. The subject was dispossessed of his concrete essence in reality itself. The ideology constituted a projection into a fantastic and imaginary world of his mystified essence, in short the alienating ideal reconstitution of his objectified alienated essence in economic social reality. The ideology, placed on the schema of alienation, was identified with false consciousness. The respective separations between state civil society, superstructures base, ideology reality, abstract phenomenon concrete subject, etc., were reduced to statuses that were both monist, the subject being the real foundation, and radically autonomous, split between the real and the ideal, etc. There is no doubt that the subjectivist perspective, whatever it may be, thus necessarily identifies ideology and alienation, leading moreover to a voluntarist status of ideologies considered as products of a consciousness, of class, or of a freedom of the alienated praxis of the subject. This status presupposes both an alienation and a non-total alienation of the subject in reality. In the case, for example, of communist society, through the subject's recovery of its essence, ideologies would have disappeared, giving way to a scientific transparency of consciousness to its objectified existence. In the case of a total alienation of the subject in reality, the ideologies themselves would have shifted into reality to the exact extent that consciousness is entirely stuck in reality. Any possibility of a relatively coherent alienating, or liberating projection, in the sole case of the proletariat, a privileged class in the real, of the essence in an ideal world would have disappeared. And this invariable relationship between ideology alienation reality is clear in all Marxist subjectivist conceptions, from Goldman to Adorno and Marcuse, which interpret current social developments according to the pattern of a total reification alienation of the subject in reality, leading to the result of an absorption of ideology into reality, to a de-ideologization, correlative to a depoliticization, in current societies. However, in Marx's scientific perspective, ideologies themselves appear as an objective level specific to their own reality, comprising a set with relative coherence. Ideologies, by the very status of the ideological, cannot constitute systems strictly speaking, of concepts, representations, values, etc. 10. Their status and their function reside in the fact of expressing the experienced relationship of men to their conditions of existence, the way in which men experience these conditions. They in fact constitute the point of insertion of men into an objective system of relationships, comprising both the base and the superstructures in the strict sense of the term, the ideology constituting in some way the material of cohesion of the various levels of practices and social structures. Which means that ideologies ultimately relate to human experience without being reduced to a genetic problem of the subject consciousness. They consist of real structures which, however, to the extent that they relate to the relationship of men with their conditions of existence, do not constitute the simple expression, of the signifier-signified, symbol reality order, of this relationship but its imaginary investment. This social imagination with a real practical social function is thus in no way reducible to a problem of the subject, therefore to that of alienation. Ideologies are always necessary in any social formation. They necessarily constitute, to the extent that they are constitutively intertwined in this function of the imagination, an inadequacy to objective social relations. However, this particular relationship between ideology and these relationships of reality is not given unequivocally and for all social formations. The function, effectiveness, and particular political role of ideologies actually depend, in the capitalist formation, on the specific relationship in this formation between ideology and reality. In the context, in fact, of these formations, the state must present itself as guarantor of the general interest, at all levels, of society, as the contract between free and equal individual wills, despite the fact that it ratifies the division of society into classes, inequality and enslavement in civil society. It follows that the dominant classes and the political state, structured into hegemonic classes and a hegemonic state, must develop a whole particular political ideological set which has a specific objective function compared to that manifest in other types of state, that of resolving precisely the fundamental contradiction between two levels of reality, between the real relationship of men to their conditions of existence within the state and their real relationship to their conditions of existence within civil society, a contradiction which results itself of the separation of civil society and the state transposed within human experience. This objective function of ideologies, which attributes to them a capital role in the political class struggle in relation to the modern state, cannot in fact be explained by the sole reference to the political structuring of the dominant classes in the empirically conceived political class struggle, awareness and political organization of their own interests, by ignoring the specific structures of the institutionalized political level. For this we must refer to the relationships of the dominant classes and the dominated classes, as they are expressed in the state. Hegemonic. In other types of state, in fact, the ideology presented itself as justifying the real overall relationship of the dominated classes with the dominant classes. Men maintained relationships at all levels as naturally unequal and enslaved beings. The domination function of ideology consisted of a simple rationalization and justification of this inequality and this enslavement, in the fact of expressing in a coherent imaginary universe the reasons why human relationships are and must be what they are. Ideology had no mediating function within even real contradictions. It constituted a purely mystifying transposition into an illusory world, of assimilated structures of public and economic social domination. In the modern state, men exist politically in a different way than they do in the world of civil society. This fixation on the politician as a free individual and equal to all others does not constitute, as such, a mystifying ideology. It resides in a real relationship, although abstract and formal, between men, but only within the political universe, in an objective structure necessary for the relations of class domination in the capitalist formation. The proper role of ideologies will consist here in the fact of resolving, through numerous mediations, the real split of men producers into private beings and public beings, in the fact of presenting, and this is where their mystifying character lies, their real relationships in civil society as a replica of their political relationships, of therefore convincing them that they are generally their political relationships within the state. Ideologies thus currently take on a capital objective function, properly political, in the functioning of the modern state, the ethico-political function of the state, and the hegemonic constitution of the dominant class, that of substituting one real relationship for another, the political relationship for the economic-social relationship of therefore reconstituting on an imaginary level the ideal unity of a real split between two planes of reality, the state and civil society. This ideological set will therefore have the role of imposing on the whole of society a conception of the world in which the hegemonic classes are presented as effectively representing the general interest, at all levels, of society, as entities holding the keys to the universal facing private individuals, in which these individuals are presented as unified abstractly as free and equal participants, at all levels, in a national community under the aegis of the hegemonic classes which are supposed to embody the popular will. Let us not insist on the concrete content of these ideologies as they are currently expressed in the mass media, in the ideologies of consumption, of the society of abundance, etc., but let us indicate their political connotations. Their common political denominator lies not so much in the fact of justifying, through numerous mediations, of course, the economic corporate interests of the hegemonic classes, but in presupposing, composing, or imposing the image of a formal equality, in civil society itself, of identical and disparate private individuals unified abstractly in the ideal political community of the nation-state. To provoke an identification of the individual, through his real participation in this political community presented as his own society, in society as a whole and his integration into relations of class domination. The strictly political objective role of these ideologies will thus consist of both privatizing civil society, maintaining its molecularization, therefore depoliticizing the dominated classes, and indicating their abstract unification by the objective institutions of the political state, therefore structuring the hegemony of the dominant classes. The hegemonic political constitution of the dominant classes resides precisely, in modern society, in the fact of positing themselves, based on their own interests and by means of ideologies, as effectively unifying and organizing the whole, at all levels, of molecularized society, under their aegis. The permanent trend towards a depoliticization of the dominated classes constitutes the determining factor of a politicization of the current hegemonic classes and corresponds to the objective structures of the hegemonic state. In this precise context, Gramsci's analyses concerning the role of ideologies in the hegemonic constitution of the dominant classes take on all their importance, in fact, due to the particular relationship in the capitalist formation between ideology and reality, and due to the concrete function of these ideologies whose political connotations are presented as particularly mediated, we can well note the specifically political effectiveness, in these formations, of the entire ideological domain. In short, a necessary overpopulation of ideologies which is apparently manifested by their depoliticized character. And, moreover, this political character of ideologies appears clearly in the current ideologies of the mass, the real transformations within the framework of state monopoly capitalism, residing in the increased contradiction between the socialization of the forces of production and private appropriation, far from provoking a deprivatization, or even a reification of the individual in the real mass, a reification which would have lifted the molecularization of civil society and would have established the theme of the mass as a science. Connoting a de-ideologization, or even a depoliticization, are in fact located within this molecularization. The relationship between ideology and reality in mass ideologies is homologous to that in the ideologies of the capitalist formation in general. The properly political function of these ideologies lies in the fact of replacing the molecularized relationships of civil society with another relationship conveying a supposed unity presupposed to the God image of the dominant hegemonic class, the political function of the ideologies of the nation mass is very exactly homologous, taking into account the current transformations of civil society and the state, to that of the ideologies of the nation people. Thus the concept of hegemony, emphasizing the role of the dominant classes in the field of ideologies, presupposes objective coordinates which determine their particular content and function in the political state. The important role of intellectuals in the hegemonic structures of the state is not only explicable by the necessities of an increase in labor productivity, manifest in the teaching function of the state educator, etc., or by the necessity in the political class struggle, of a group which would have given a specific homogeneity and cohesion, abstractly and empirically conceived, to the dominant classes, but also by the function and the concrete content of these ideologies with regard to the dominated classes in their relationship with the state. We know, in this regard, that Gramsci opened a new path in a Marxist conception of the group of intellectuals by seeking to delimit this group through an analysis of intellectual practice. He notably brought into force the importance of the direction and organization aspect of this practice. In this sense, the term intellectuals takes on an extension by which it includes both the group regularly designated under this term and those who are designated as technocratic caste, bureaucratic caste, etc. However, if the current importance of intellectual practice thus conceived is itself generated by the entire system of relationships within which this practice is inserted, and in particular by the role that organization plays in the current mode of production and power relations, it can however only be precisely delimited in its relationships with ideological structures, considered themselves in their relations with the base and their own political importance in the modern state. In short, the importance of the role of intellectuals and ideologies in relations of hegemonic class domination must be related both to the character of direction and organization of intellectual practice and to the content and function of the ideological structures that this practice calls into question, in their constitutive relations within the set of relations of the current social formation. C. The concept of hegemony also allows us to account for a particular character of political power with regard to the dominated classes, that of the relationships of consent articulated with those of coercion that it crystallizes, and this to the extent that, due to the conception that this concept presupposes of the relationships between the superstructures and the base, it reconnects with the original Marxist conception of the state which never reduced this institution to the pure force of repression, to an instrument or device of violence, to a physical oppression, corollary, of a psychosocial nature, of class will. This element of force and violence constitutes in fact a general and undifferentiated characteristic of the whole of social life in a society divided into classes and based on exploitation. As such it cannot account for the genesis, specificity, and effectiveness of a particular superstructural domain. In fact, with regard to the problem of force, we see, in the modern state, the culmination of a process that began with the very appearance of the state, an outcome which seems linked to the modern separation of civil society and the state. Engels and Lenin clearly pointed out that the appearance of the state corresponds to the formation of an institution of public force which no longer coincides with the population organizing itself into an armed force. This concentration of the exercise of organized material violence in the hands of the state is accomplished in the modern state which holds the monopoly of this violence, unlike, for example, medieval society where the church and various castes of a mixed, economic, corporate and public character, still retain the privilege of its exercise. This monopolization of organized violence thus seems linked both to the strengthening of the public institution of the state separated from civil society and to the fact that the economic social groups constituting the latter have, by the very fact of this separation and the privatization which results from it, been stripped of their public character for the exclusive benefit of the state, a character which precisely conferred on them the privilege of an exercise of organized force. This exercise thus appears linked to all the stages of evolution of the production process, to the objective structures of domination, which lead to the constitution of the modern state. The objective institutions of the state are in no way derived from the balance of power. The monopoly of organized violence corresponds to the appearance of the political state and, to this extent, manifests itself through the mediation of the particular structures of a state of law. This monopoly of violence and the concrete forms that its exercise takes in fact presuppose, as such, the modern political relations of freedom-enslavement, of equality-inequality in which current class exploitation is invested within the general framework of modern institutions. The current political relations of domination thus present themselves, at all levels, as relations of consent and direction ironclad in the specific form of violence that is the constitutionalized violence of the rule of law. Relations of direct oppression evolve towards political relations of hegemony. In a state which corresponds to the formation of a hegemonic class, objective institutions cannot in fact function without a certain consent, itself armored with coercion, from the citizens. This consent is only the concrete expression, with regard to the dominated classes, of exploitation by a state which consists of a popular class representation. The concept of hegemony thus assumes a capital function insofar as it allows us the study, in all areas, of these contradictory units characteristic of the current political exploitation of the class and whose appearance corresponds to the objective structuring of the modern state, units such as direction domination, organization force, legitimacy violence, consent constraint. This concept, by the very fact that it presupposes as conditions of possibility of its constitution an adequate relationship between the objective structures of the modern state and the coordinates of a type of mode of production, precisely makes it possible to detect the particular role of the exercise of violence in its historically determined relationships with the structures of the state and to open the way to a scientific study of the current institutionalized power of exploitation. Applied to non-institutionalized political power, it allows the examination of the concrete forms taken, in their exercise, by these contradictory characteristics of political power in general in a society governed by the separation of civil society and the state. And we know the importance of the issue at stake, is not one of the fundamental problems of current sociology and political science precisely to develop a concept of power, in particular that of authority, applied either to the state, or to non-institutionalized human relations, or to both, which, by its formal characteristics of organization, consent, direction, etc., can call into question the specificity of political power and the character of class domination of all political power. In a society divided into classes? Now, in fact, Gramsci's error was, in this regard, to have wanted to restrict the concept of hegemony and to distinguish in principle, in the structures of domination and exploitation of modern society, between direct power of domination, force and coercion, exercised by the state and the legal government, in short, by political society, a term used not in the Marxist sense of the political state, but borrowed from general political science, and indirect power of intellectual and moral direction and of organization hegemony. This would be exercised by the hegemonic class in civil society by means of all the organizations usually considered private, the church, education, cultural institutions, etc. Still holding to the descriptive Marxist conception of the state as an instrument of coercion and violence, although he was able to distinguish the importance of the hegemonic character of the power of exploitation, Gramsci could only conceive of these two aspects of this power as maintaining complementary relationships, the greatest modern theorist of the philosophy of praxis. Gramsci tells us of Lenin, on the terrain of struggle and political organization has, in opposition to the various economist tendencies, reassessed the front of the cultural struggle and constructed the theory of hegemony as a complement to the theory of the force state 11. This relation of complementarity, a rather vague term, was located by Gramsci not in the relations of the various aspects, principal, secondary, of the power of domination in all domains, within its specific current constitution as political power. It actually splits political power into institutionalized political power force and non-institutionalized political power hegemony, thus dissolving the specificity of politics. However, the term politics applied either to structures of institutionalized power or to non-institutionalized political relationships can in fact only possess its own theoretical practical specificity, itself reduced to the contradictory unity of the coordinates of the power of domination of the current social formation. The concept of hegemony itself contributes to the specificity of all the political relationships which constitute its field of application and constitution. It can account for both the organizational and directing character of state power and the coercive character of non-institutionalized power. Thus, with regard to the political state, institutionalized power, as we have shown, presents itself at all levels as a contradictory unity of direction violence, organization coercion, etc. And this not only with regard to its exercise in political relations in the formal sense of the term suffrage, elections, etc. but also with regard to its direct action as a power institution already politically constituted, in the domain of civil society. In fact, in cases, for example, where the state intervenes in the economic-social sphere, this intervention, of the order of violence or regulation, is presented as consistent with the general interest of the nation, as legitimized action of a state governed by the rule of law. On the other hand, in the case of the non-institutionalized power of the hegemonic class exercised in civil society, we must distinguish. It can be a pure and simple force, for example relations in general within the company, linked directly to the economic-social position of domination of this class and which, in this case, does not fall within the domain of politics strictly speaking, relations of force, and we mention here the distinction between Macht and Herrschaft, despite the double function of the capitalist inside the company, that of exploitation and domination and that of organization management of work. As Marx says, we can establish as a general rule that the less authority presides over the division of labor within society, the more the division of labor develops within the workshop, the more it is subject to the authority of a single person. 12. However, within the framework of an exercise of political power by private organizations, escaping their institutionalization and state control, church, private education, various cultural organizations, etc. In short, hegemonic power in the sense of Gramsci, this power presents itself as a contradictory unity of organization and intellectual and moral direction on the one hand and of coercion on the other. This coercion comes, in this case, neither from any technical division of labor, nor from any psychosociological necessity and effectiveness of human relations, nor from the application of public violence held exclusively by the state. It is linked, in the various forms it takes, to the economic-social position of strength of the hegemonic class in civil society, transposed, however, in this case into non-institutionalized political power, and this to the very extent that this power has as its object the maintenance of this class in, or the capture of, the hegemonic state, which presents itself as a unit of violence, organization, coercion, direction, etc. This character of double belonging of the hegemonic power of direction is moreover manifest if we refer to its exercise considered as intellectual practice. Indeed, and to leave aside for the moment the bureaucratic or technocratic practices considered as intellectual practices, the pedagogical teacher-teacher relationships and the priest-believer-ministry relationships are in this sense political, not only through the particular content and function of the ideologies that they call into question, but also through the forms of power that they express as practices, namely, through the relationships that these practices maintain with the whole social relationships and, consequently, through the power relationships that they concretize with the hegemonic political power, institutionalized or not, expressed in all of these social relationships. Their character of coercion, which is combined with that of intellectual and moral direction or organization, cannot be explained by the sole reference neither to these practices as such, to any technical division of labor nor to the sole fact of their possible institutionalization, nor yet to their ideological content and its possible differentiation from science, which we would be tempted to do if we excluded, like Gramsci, from intellectual practice, considered as hegemonic power, its moment or aspect of coercion, to reserve it for state power. It must be brought back, through numerous mediations, to the contradictory character of the political power of the hegemonic class exercised in civil society. 3. The state in the relationship between dominant classes. However, the concept of hegemony cannot be limited to the use that we have just made, in short to its application to the specificity of the modern state and to the particularities of the domination of the hegemonic class or fraction over the dominated classes. In fact, it can be extended to the examination of the relationships of economic, social and political interests between dominant classes and fractions in the capitalist social formation and lead us to the construction of a theoretical diagram which allows us to account for the political problems of these formations, a use which was not made neither by Gramsci himself nor by those who, after him, used the concept of hegemony, a fact explicable for Gramsci insofar as, influenced by Croce and especially Labriola, whose thought is situated in the theoretical context of the Second International, his analyses concerning hegemony still sometimes reveal subjectivist voluntarist overtones, which means that he often reduces the application of this concept to the field of superstructures and ideologies. It is this theoretical diagram that we propose, in the summary remarks which follow, as a scientific hypothesis. Indeed, the dominant classes or fractions in this formation will present themselves as structured, through the mediation of the state, into a particular whole by the hegemony of a social group over a series of subordinate groups. This objective function of the hegemonic state cannot itself be grasped by a reference to an uncritical and descriptive conception which sees in the state an instrument created by the will of the dominant class. This conception, applied to the relationship between classes and fractions of dominant classes, leads to certain consequences which we have already indicated and to which we must return more closely. Firstly, that there can only be one dominant class in relation to the state, which either automatically reduces the other classes to the rank of dominated classes, or else implies that the dominant-dominated relationship is located, at the institutionalized political level, between two classes. There is no need to insist on the fact that Marx, Engels, and Lenin in no way reduced the class struggle to a dualistic conflict, of a finalist nature, between two classes, dominant and dominated, but conceived it as the objective place of a complex relationship between several classes and class fractions which are defined according to their place in the process of production and according to their relations to private ownership of the means of production. Although the fundamental economic contradiction capital/labor is concentrated, in capitalist society and at the level of the class struggle, in the capitalist-proletarian relationship, it is constituted, at this level, within a complex relationship between several classes and class fractions. This complex relationship takes on, however, at the political level of power relations and through the mediation of the objective institution of the state, a relatively simple form of relationships between dominant and dominated, between governors and governed. This form does not itself result from a simple transposition of the plurality of classes and fractions at play in the class struggle, from the level of economic-social relations considered as a whole, to that of political relations of power, and by the surreptitious appearance of two political classes, the dominant and the dominated. In other words, this simplification of class relations at the level of political power is not a simple reproduction of the simple economic contradiction capital/labor. It consists in fact, with regard to the dominant classes or fractions, in their polarization at the political level, by the specific interests of the hegemonic class or fraction and by means of the state, in a power block. This power block constitutes in fact, located at the strictly political level, a contradictory dominant unit of the hegemonic class or fraction. It expresses, at the autonomized political level of capitalist formations, the type of Marxist unity which characterizes both the whole of a social formation and any specific level of structures. The character of certain classes or class fractions structured as a power block thus takes on particular importance in the objective conditions which generate the modern state and its universal character. On the one hand, the very structures of the hegemonic state and the constitution of a hegemonic class or fraction allow the accession or participation in power of several classes or class fractions. On the other hand, we are witnessing in capitalist social formations a fundamental phenomenon concerning the bourgeois class and which Marx analyzed in Class Struggles in France and Les Brumaire, namely the fact that it presents itself, due to the phenomenon of competition, as a class subject, by its very constitution, to deep fractionations. It is also pointless to insist on the fact that monopolistic concentration, far from eliminating competitive contradictions, only reproduces them at another level, a phenomenon described from Hilferding to Luxemburg and Lenin. However, already in the aforementioned analyses of Marx, and taking into account their microchronic scale, we note a capital fact, namely that the class fraction which accesses institutionalized power only achieves this by constituting itself as a hegemonic fraction. In other words, despite the contradictions that separate it from the other dominant factions, it manages to polarize them politically by organizing its specific interests into the common general interest of these fractions. This process of unitary constitution of a power bloc therefore ultimately only appears possible and necessary within the general framework of the separation of the modern state and civil society, and of the class struggle that it determines. In the case of an economic corporate state, we are neither in the presence of a class struggle such as it corresponds to the appearance of a class or hegemonic fraction, phenomenon of competition and the appearance of the properly political level, functioning, by means of the state, as a pivot of unitary polarization of various dominant classes or fractions, nor, on the other hand, of objective institutions of a state with its own internal unity, which strictly speaking only exists to the extent that it is separated from civil society, and whose constitution responds precisely, on the side of the dominant classes or fractions, to the particular unity of a bloc in power. In fact, in the economic corporate type of state, and when it is not a question of domination by the pure and simple force of a class, we see, between the caste classes in power, a game of compromises, sharing or tactical alliances of a syncretic character, of purely economic social interests. In the case precisely of the hegemonic state and the hegemonic class or fraction, the constitution of a power bloc which presents its own unity becomes necessary and possible to the extent that this class or fraction, situated at the properly political level which corresponds to the objective structures of the state, organizes a general, politically structured interest of the classes or fractions in power. The contradictions between these classes and fractions remain deep, but they are, through the mediation of the state, contained in, and unified by the universalizing political interests of the hegemonic fraction. These considerations, while concretizing the dualist Marxist schema which makes it possible to decipher the political struggle within capitalist formations, have, one suspects, some importance in the current conditions of the class struggle and the strategy of alliances of the working class and make it possible to avoid certain errors. Because the consequences of the voluntarist scheme state equals will of the dominant class have not yet finished being felt. Indeed, even if we admit the participation of several classes or fractions of classes in the structures of domination, we may be tempted to see the state as the product of the desire for domination of one of them. In this case, we would somehow transpose the pattern of domination within the relationships between the class or fraction creating the state and the others, and the latter would be considered, despite their participation in the state, as virtually dominated by the first. The unity of the whole in power would be considered to be based solely on a false mystification of the dominant classes or fractions by the overdominant fraction. The divide between dominants and dominated would be obscured by the admission, within the politically dominant group, of a large fringe, of dominated who ignore each other, and who, with a helping hand, could have switched to the side of the proletariat. These remarks immediately pose, moreover, the fundamental problem, for Marxist theory, of the proper internal unity and the relative autonomy of the state within the capitalist formation, a problem which has been very little treated and which we can only raise in the context of this article. We know that autonomy, widely recognized by Marxism at all levels of practices and social structures, has however only been noted with regard to the state in an incidental and circumstantial manner. It is admitted only within the framework of what has been called Bonapartism, that is to say in the case where the classes and fractions in struggle are close to reaching balance. In other cases, the state is identified with the predominant class or fraction. However, if Bonapartism constitutes a case where the specific unity and the relative autonomy of the state with regard to both civil society and the dominant classes or fractions are particularly clear, it is itself located within the general framework of the relative autonomy of the political state in capitalist formations. Also, no more than the Bonapartist form of state is in fact independent of the hegemonic fraction, as Marx clearly saw in War Civil in France. The type of modern state is not reducible to this fraction. Indeed, this type of state presents its own internal unity, corresponding to its relative autonomy in relation to both the whole of civil society and the dominant classes and fractions, due to two principles of external unity which present themselves as correlatives in the set of objective coordinates of these formations. The state constitutes an internal unit specific to relative autonomy insofar as it represents the unity factor of a non-unified, molecularized and atomized civil society, and where it represents the unity factor of the non-unified dominant classes or fractions, whose relationships are governed by their characteristic fractionation in the capitalist mode of production. In this last respect, the problem remains the same in the context of monopoly concentration and state monopoly capitalism. And it is in this theoretical context that the scientific analyses of the mature Marx are located very precisely, concerning the role of bureaucracy in the modern state, analyses that we cannot thus, any more than those concerning the unity and autonomy of the state, reduce to the ideological theme of any alienation of the society subject in the state bureaucracy phenomenon, or to that of a dysfunctionality of the bureaucratic autonomy of the state in relation to a whole, in the Gestalt sense, of society. We can therefore define schematically what the political role of the state and the hegemonic fraction of power currently consists of. What is especially important here is that the bourgeois class, the dominant class par excellence in the capitalist mode of production, currently presents itself as deeply divided, a division itself due, in its current accentuated form, to monopolistic concentration, by internal contradictions which cause it split into several class fractions. These elements fractions, however, which are the tenets of the current state, constitute neither a disparate whole which would dislocate the state itself into a plurality of powers and counterpowers, into a plurality of decision-making centers, veto groups, or compensatory powers, shared between class and dominant fractions, nor a whole with external unity due to the dominant fraction par excellence which would impose, by compromise and counter-compromise, its economic corporate interests with the deeply divergent economic corporate interests of the other dominant classes and fractions. These elements structure in relation to the state a political bloc within which the hegemonic fraction, to whose specific interests the class state corresponds, presents itself as guarantor of a general interest of the dominant classes and fractions which it polarizes in their political expression. This polarization is not prior to or external to a state that the hegemonic fraction would create for these purposes. The current state presents itself, in its own objective unity and relative autonomy, as the political structuring factor of this contradictory unity dominated by the hegemonic fraction. The important fact for a delimitation of the hegemonic fraction of the state, at a still relative degree of monopoly concentration, lies both in the relative fusion of the large landowners and the bourgeoisie and in the fractionation of the bourgeois class. However, there is often a tendency to reduce the problems posed by the exact delimitation of the current hegemonic political fraction by describing it in an economist-empiricist and abstract way as big capital or big monopolies. This terminology is not, however, sufficient to precisely locate the group which currently constitutes the hegemonic fraction in the political state. The concrete delimitation of this fraction is necessary, because it is on the political constitution of its specific interests that the concrete form of polarization of the interests of the dominant fractions under its aegis will depend. However, we are currently seeing a new fact in the process of concentration of industrialized societies. This is manifested not only in the process of production and accumulation of capital, but also in the fact that a limited number of individuals concentrate in their hands the levers of control of the economy. This fraction is not structured according to the classic type of its private ownership of the means of production and capital, a type which, in the context of financial capital, allows the distinction into fractions according to the sole criterion of the size of the property that the members of this fraction possess, and which would ultimately limit the hegemonic fraction to financial large capital, identified, in this respect, with banking groups assimilated to monopolies. Marx already, in his polemic against Proudhon, warned against isolating, in order to delimit classes or fractions of classes, a legal typical concept of private property, for example the concept of property of the Civil Code, thereby indicating that this concept evolves according to the economic social context of a particular mode of production which it legally expresses, private property, as a criterion for distinguishing classes and class fractions occupying a determined place in the production process, constitutes itself a relation of production. At the current stage of monopolistic concentration in large joint stock companies, a fraction of financial capital holds a particular place which corresponds to current developments in the mode of production, in this process of industrial development, of a downward trend in the rate of profit on capital, of the importance of the factors of the rate of expansion and of industrial productivity, of the need for an organization of the market and prices by monopolies, etc., the control of initial investments and reinvestments of companies is of paramount importance. This objective function of administrative, technical, and economic control of monopoly companies generates, through an evolution of private property relations, a particular fraction of financial administrators. This fraction, in addition to the ownership of the financial capital that it holds, commercial capital and industrial capital, through its own actions, monopolizes, through the administrative and legal intermediary of assemblies and business councils, the industrial capital, which is part of the marginal financial capital, of the shares held by numerous small and medium-sized shareholders. These are dispossessed of the share of ownership of machines, equipment, etc., which accrues to their actions, no longer having any power over decisions concerning operation, performance, and business productivity. Administrators concentrate the entirety of industrial property in their hands to the extent that they monopolize, through control, also exercised over the property of others, the economic social powers and prerogatives contained in the concept of property, the latter being considered as the substrate of the economic social position of force, power force, which determines political domination. The concentration of economic power in the hands of this fraction of administrator-controllers is also increased by the process of self-financing. Through this process, the administrator-controllers acquire autonomy in relation to the banking groups, large companies creating their own banks, and monopolize, through control, the commercial capital, the undistributed profits constituting part of the reserve fund of companies, which corresponds to the marginal financial capital, the actions of medium and small shareholders thus holding owner prerogatives towards all the assets, industrial capital and commercial capital, which constitute a company. This role of the administrator-controllers, far from constituting, as is often imagined, a revenge of industrial capital on financial capital, presents itself on the contrary as a corollary of the accentuated concentration of financial capital in current monopoly society. Economic power is concentrated in the hands of this particular fraction of financial capital which currently constitutes the hegemonic fraction of society based on state monopoly capitalism. 13. Now we know the prodigious success that this notion of control had, in neo-capitalist ideology, understood not in any sociological sense of social control, etc., but in the sense that the prerogatives contained in the notion of private property which constitute, for Marxist theory, the foundation of the economic social position of force, itself the substrate of political power, would have been concentrated in the hands of a fraction managerial or technocratic, itself independent of private property in the classic sense of the term. This fraction, while not being owner of the means of production, would have, in industrial or technological society, concentrated in its hands the exclusive disposition of these means, technical decisions on the performance and productivity of companies, etc., and would have derived the material benefits linked to this provision in the form of remunerations, etc. As a result, it would hold both an economic and social stronghold which would allow it to exercise political power, and, at the same time, this power force would present itself as independent of profit linked in the Marxist sense to private property. However, and not to dwell on economic considerations, if the power of exclusive control over the means of production, contained in the notion of private property, constitutes for Marxism the foundation of the economic social position of strength of a class or fraction, it is precisely to the extent that, private property being conceived as a relation of production within the set of relations of a capitalist society, this power is linked to the conversion of surplus value into profit. We cannot isolate a technological power of control and see it as the foundation of political power, considering it as independent of private property profit. It is useless to insist on the fact that Marx's famous analyses about managers-supervisors of work, concerning firstly the technical division of labor and the double function, that of exploitation and that of management, of the capitalist, in no way call into question the relationship between capital and private property. In fact, this control constitutes not a particular power function extracted from private property, confined solely to profit, but an evolution of private property as a whole as a relation of production and extension and concentration of private ownership of the means of production. The administrator-controllers in fact represent a fraction owning a large share of their own shares, and who, in addition, on the institutionalized basis of this ownership, that is to say by their place in the process based on exploitation for profit monopolize through control the imminent prerogatives from the private ownership of marginal financial capital. The erroneous conception of the separation of private ownership and control has also led to a whole series of consequences. As a general rule, it masks both the capital role of the current hegemonic fraction as an organizing fraction, a role which in fact constitutes its hegemonic function with regard to the dominant fractions of capital, and the organizing role of the current state insofar as it corresponds to the specific interests of this fraction, a role which thereby establishes its own hegemonic character of structuring the bloc in power. This separation would present itself, in fact, as an overcoming of the contradiction between profitability of investments and productive development, between profit and private interests of the dominant classes and fractions on the one hand and rational management and general interest of the national community on the other, between progressive socialization of the forces of production and optimal development of labor productivity on the one hand and the achievement of maximum profit on the other. We are thus witnessing attempts to delimit a new, general, and undifferentiated form, of the functionalist type, of power which would be that of organization administration corresponding to the general interest of the whole of society. This, contrary to the specific political power of class domination, would be based on the technical power of various controller or manager castes escaping the logic of profit immanent in property. Private, within an integrated technological or industrial society, freed from the class struggle which is based precisely on the contradiction between private property and the social character of the means of production. Now what is important for the Marxist critique of the state through the concept of hegemony is to remember that the current hegemonic fraction of administrator-controllers is a class fraction, based on a particular form of private property, but also that it presents certain specific characteristics. These mean that the state, which corresponds to the specific interests of this fraction, while remaining a class state, holds, through its objective function and in its relations with the dominant fractions, a particular organizational role which currently structures its hegemonic particularity. Indeed, in the already outdated framework of the predominance of banking groups, it was the considerations of financial and commercial supremacy which took precedence over those of productivity and expansion. What mattered, for example, was the hierarchy of joint stock companies according to banking power and the establishment of intimate links with the banks, more than the promotion of standardization or the search for the optimum location for an industry. The spirit of retrenchment and narrowing of investments prevailed over that of productive adventure. The security of profits was sought much more in the improvement of the strategic financial position of each person through the obstruction and restriction of adverse initiatives than through the development and improvement of one's own initiatives in the sphere of production. These characteristics of monopoly concentration are far from having disappeared, It remains, however, that the hegemonic fraction of administrator-controllers presents itself as being linked to current developments in the mode of production materialized in state monopoly capitalism. These, while remaining within the framework of a mode of production based on class exploitation and profit, determine a particularly important function of industrial productivity, the application of technological revolutions, and the rationalization of market anarchy, etc. It is these particular characteristics constituting the own interests of the hegemonic fraction which allow it both to present itself, through the mediation of the state, as embodying the general interest of society, but also to politically structure a specific general interest of the dominant fractions. It is perhaps useless to insist on the current mode of participation of this hegemonic fraction in the state. Enough emphasis has been placed on the evolution of the structures of the current state, which is evolving from a parliamentarism where the popular legislative power remained the dominant element of the state towards a state where the executive power dominates. This development corresponds in fact to the continually increased intervention of the state, both in extension and in depth, in the field of civil society, in the economy and in social relations. Real political power is located in numerous specialized commissions linked to the executive power, within which the direct participation of the hegemonic fraction of administrator-controllers proves decisive. This influence of monopolies and oligopolies on the state, however, only concerns one aspect of the problem of the current hegemonic state. In fact, this particular relationship between the state and large financial concentrations, in turn reinforcing the dependence of politics on economics, is itself only possible due to an evolution of the objective structures of the state, an evolution which corresponds to the concrete form that the specific interests of the hegemonic fraction currently take. In fact, the interests of this fraction present themselves as structured within an overall process where the concerns that we will designate for the moment as technico-economic take on a decisive importance as conditions for the current realization of the profit of self-financing monopolies, the participation in the state of administrator-controllers and their authorized representatives thus appears necessary not for the domination of the strict economic corporate interests of the hegemonic fraction, but for the rational regulation of the entire production process, namely, phenomenally, for the well-being of the whole of society, but, in fact, for a politically conceived general interest of all of capital. This specific function of technico-economic regulation of the state is in no way foreign to Marxist thought. Indeed, Marx, Engels, and Lenin have clearly pointed out, the state corresponds to an objective stage of development of the productive forces. In the case, for example, of the Asian mode of production, the need to carry out certain large public works, canals, dams, etc., essential to a stage of the production process for the increase in labor productivity, corresponds to the appearance, with a view to their undertaking, of a public, centralized and organizing power, which is the state. The regulatory function of the state is also clearly expressed in the critique of the Gotha program. Marx insists there by indicating that, during the stage of transition from socialism to communism, that is to say before the advent of the self-regulated society corresponding to a new development of the productive forces, forms of law, technico-legal norms will still exist in their quality of regulation of the distribution of products and of the distribution of labor among the members of society. This regulatory organizing function of the state in fact arises from the very nature of the relationship between base and superstructures. Indeed, the superstructure, being conceived as the crystallization into objective structures of certain social practices, also presents, with regard to the practices of the basic domain, this particular character that, while being integrated under the primacy of the latter, and ultimately of the economic, in a unity constituted by the whole of a social formation at a historically determined moment, it takes on the function of a principle of regulation within this unity. As Bukharin pointed out, the relationship between the practice of the base and the superstructural practice lies in the fact that the latter, as a secondary quantity, represents at the same time a regulative principle. 14, and this is precisely the meaning of Gramsci's analyses concerning intellectual practice. However, and this is what matters to us here. When it comes to a state based on class exploitation, this regulatory function, always exercised within the set of relationships of a social formation, itself referring to the mode of production as a unit, corresponds very precisely to the very structures of this exploitation. It is integrated, as a practice, into the structures that the state assumes in relation to the unity of the base, all the illusions of a power structure, state technical apparatus in an apparatus technological society of a power practice, substitution of a power of domination over men by an organization administration of things and man-things reified by technological society in short of a purely technico-economic function of the capitalist state, ideologies of development, consumption, industrial societies, technological society, etc. Isolated from its political structure of the class state, are precisely linked to a technologist conception of the economy. This dissociates a particular level from the base, the level of the forces of production, and ignores the fact that a mode of production constitutes a unitary set of several levels which can be grouped into forces of production and social relations of production. In the case, for example, of the Asian mode of production, the technico-economic necessities of productivity correspond to a certain political relationship of exploitation, the regulatory function of the state participating in its own structures of domination. In other words, the level of the forces of production, manifested diachronically in the development of the productive forces, does not possess, neither as productivity of labor nor as history, technical instruments, intelligibility, or rationality of its own which could, at a certain degree of this development, constitute it as a unique and monistic factor in the structuring of a given social formation, problem of industrial or technological society, and thus allow us the decipherment of superstructural institutions or their functions by immediate reference to this level. Although, for Marx, the problem of succession of modes of production, that of historicity, is linked to the level of the forces of production and their development, this always manifests itself, at the synchronic level, within all the relationships of the various successive modes of production. In the capitalist mode of production, based on accumulation and exploitation for profit, any regulatory function, which can in no way be reduced to a technological organization concerning exclusively the level of the productive forces, but which necessarily includes the economic regulation of production in general, constitutes an optimal possible regulation, in the evolution of the whole of this mode of production with a view to the maximum realization of the profit of the hegemonic fraction. This function, participating in the political structures of the modern class state, will take on itself a properly political character. The objective structures and functions of the hegemonic state correspond in fact to current developments of a technological or industrial nature considered, however, within the entire mode of production, they correspond, in other words, to the political interests of the current hegemonic fraction 15. It is precisely this regulatory function of the state, which is distinguished from pure and simple interventionism for the benefit of the economic corporate interests of the big monopolies, which currently establishes, in the overall role of the state within state monopoly capitalism, its own hegemonic character. Its immediate interventionist role is, it is true, constantly manifested. However, the state currently has the function of guaranteeing the surplus profits of monopolies. In the context of an economy governed by the surplus profit of self-financed monopolies, the intensive realization of the surplus profit of the hegemonic fraction presupposes an attempt at rational regulation of the global economic process and takes the form of a general interest of the fractions of capital considered as a whole. In the context of the hegemony of financial capital in the classic sense of the term, the role of the state in the entire economic process was reduced above all to direct interventionism because the realization of profits through short-term banking speculation was not seen as linked to such an increase in productivity, to such technical progress, to such general macroeconomic stability, etc., necessary for the surplus profit of self-financing monopolies. Within the framework of the current hegemony of these monopolies, the specific conditions for realizing their surplus profits correspond, on the part of the state, to a prior effort to fix and calculate wages and costs, to program industrialization, to plan with a view to forecasting, etc., in short to activities tending to control the anarchy characteristic of the capitalist system. These measures thus correspond to the specific interests of the hegemonic fraction. As such, however, they form a substrate for the political structuring of a general interest of certain fractions of the capitalist class and are presented by the state as beneficial to all fractions of the dominant class. The hegemonic fraction presents itself as making its own profits by attempting to remedy, through the regulatory function of the state, the catastrophic conditions which affect all of capital. And there is no doubt that this attempt at regulation, considered at a certain level, meets a real foundation from which it can be presented and designed as corresponding to a general interest of capital. For example, industrial capital, still existing medium-sized businesses, and financial capital, small but above all medium-sized owners of shares, themselves benefit from this regulation to the exact extent that the general repercussions of capitalist disorder and anarchy affect them as much as the monopoly groups. The participation of banking groups in the surplus profits of self-financed monopolies is itself ensured not by means of credit, but by their penetration into their management, by means of share portfolios. In this case, these banking groups are themselves involved in the particular rationalization required by the functioning of these monopolies. On the other hand, we should not lose sight of the current phenomenon of socialization of capital ownership within the capitalist class as a whole through joint stock companies. Of course, this socialization has nothing to do with the myth of a so-called popular capitalism. However, it remains that private ownership of the means of production currently takes on, due to the generalization of joint stock companies, a real class character. It is no longer a question of private class property which creates a network of interventions and solidarity between the interests of fractions of this class. This framework offers the hegemonic fraction of capital, in its political constitution as representative of the collective interest of capital, a wide margin of manipulation. We know, for example, that the interests of small and medium-sized shareholders, based on the distribution of dividends, are contradictory with those of the hegemonic fraction which limits this distribution with a view to self-financing. However, it remains that, due to the particular functioning of these self-financed companies, in the whole of the current mode of production, the nominal value of these shares on the stock market often presents a dizzying rise which can compensate for this contradiction. Or again, the elimination of small and medium-sized industrial enterprises through their absorption into large monopolies is compensated by the participation of their owner-entrepreneurs in private class property through the actions of self-financing monopolies. Thus, the rationalizing regulatory function of the state presents itself as founded both on the deep contradictions which divide the capitalist class and which correspond to the concentration of monopolies, self-financed, and, at the same time, on a certain community of economic social interests of these fractions politically united with the interests, in their rationalizing form, of the hegemonic fraction. These considerations, moreover, do not prejudge the question of knowing to what extent this attempt at rationalization actually succeeds in stabilizing the system of state monopoly capitalism. What is important, concerning its hegemonic character, is that it is based on a community of economic social interests of the dominant fractions, such that it can present itself politically as the substrate for structuring a power bloc, to the extent that it is currently presented as the means to achieve this general stability. Stability presented itself as corresponding to the political interest of all of capital under the aegis of the hegemonic fraction. However, this function of regulation on the part of the state of the coordinates of the base cannot, as such, present itself as exhaustive of its hegemonic character. If it constitutes the substrate of this hegemonic character, if it constitutes the substrate of this character, it is obvious that, exercised within the mode of production of state monopoly capitalism, it can only, according to the logic of the evolution of this entire mode of production, tend brutally towards financial concentration. Extreme with all the risks that this entails in relation to the still remaining fractions of the dominant class. Indeed, any regulatory rationalization of the entire capitalist system can only be conceived, Contrary to Weber's formal conception of rationality, within the specific logic, rationality, governing all the relationships of this system, it corresponds very exactly to the financial concentration of self-financing monopolies. The current state will thus have a particular function which, located at the economic, social and specifically political levels but grafted onto its regulatory function of a primordially technico-economic nature, will attribute to it a properly hegemonic character, that of establishing, in the very exercise of this regulatory function, an order between the various fractions of the dominant class, an order which will tend to contain their contradictions. 16. This political function of order of the current state cannot, in fact, be distinguished from its regulatory function, in the context of a simple interventionism, exercised in a relatively limited way, of the state in the universe of civil society. Its function of guarantor of social order seemed separated from its role of technico-economic intervention, which, in turn, thus seemed to constitute an exceptional and shameful trait on the part of a state which is claimed exclusively as a political guarantor of order in social conflicts. In the context of the current form that the state takes and the need for its determining action in all sectors of civil society, its function of order constitutes precisely an investment, in its hegemonic structure, of its regulatory function. It will strictly speaking be a question of establishing a regulatory order. The state will thus have the function of ordering, by polarizing them politically, the various interests of the fractions of the dominant class, on the basis of their solidarity with those of the hegemonic fraction, namely to organize their political expression within the very places and institutions where its regulatory function is developed. It is only in this way that this function can take on a properly hegemonic form, that is to say, present itself as corresponding to the collective interest of the dominant fractions, and adapt to the political role of a state within state monopoly capitalism. It is therefore not a question, in this case, of purely and simply enlisting the various fractions of the dominant class, through their expression in the exercise of the regulatory function of the state, in the service of the economic corporate interest of the large monopolies. A careful examination of the current state would show that, despite appearances, it cannot be identified with an economic corporate state of the fascist type, in the scientific sense of the term but of order. Politically, by presenting this function as corresponding to their general interest. The evolution of the objective structures of the current state, strengthening of the executive, various commissions linked to this executive, does not mean in itself, and with regard to the dominant fractions, their direct corporatization by big capital, but a displacement of the hegemonic ordering function of the state in relation to the internal contradictions of these fractions within its regulatory function. This order function of the hegemonic state is also evident towards society as a whole. As such, however, it is integrated into the role of the state with regard to the dominant factions. It resides both in the functions of the police, the army, etc., and in the norms of the legal system of the rule of law concerning public order, as well as in the extension of the role of the state as public entrepreneur in unprofitable sectors of general interest, for example public health and hygiene, education, transport, etc. The so-called social order function of these state activities lies precisely in the fact that they make the entire system more bearable with regard to the dominated classes. It presents itself, in this case too, and within its objective structures as immediately subordinate to its regulatory function. The intimate relationship between these regulatory and ordering functions of the social state has moreover been well perceived by many theorists of the well-being state, without them being able to establish the subordination of the so-called social function of the state to its regulatory function corresponding to the political interests of the hegemonic fraction, and thus, in the final analysis, the subordination of the ordering function itself to these interests. These two particular aspects of the current state are in fact considered integrated into its overall organizing function towards society as a whole. However, this concept of organization presents, in its current success in neo-capitalist functionalist theories, an exemplary confusion. We can in fact distinguish three meanings of this term: that of organization practice in the sense attributed to it by Gramsci, when he considers this organization as a particular aspect of intellectual practice, as it is exercised within the set of relationships of a determined mode of production conceived according to the type of Marxist unity. This is precisely the meaning that we attribute to it in its application to the state practice within the framework of hegemonic class domination, and which precisely allows us to distinguish, in this practice, the aspect of regulation and the aspect of ordering invested in the strictly political level. That of organization in the strict sociological sense of the term, to the extent that the state constitutes, for example, a social organization. That of neo-capitalist theories which would designate, within the methodological framework and general presuppositions of functionalist thought, the articulation of the elements of an integrated social whole, of a society where class struggle, as a determining factor of social relations, would be absent. The confusion of neo-capitalist theories concerning the organizing state comes precisely from the fact that they locate the organization practice of the state organization in the place organization of an integrated society. To this extent, the organization practice of the state is not concretely considered in its relations with the structures of domination within the social relations of a social formation divided into classes, order subordinate to the regulation corresponding to the political interests of the hegemonic fraction but is captured as an abstract function of the state organizer of an already organized society. The relations of the regulatory and ordering functions of the state are juxtaposed within this organizing function in general. Let us cite, as an example, Feuverger's remarks: technical evolution makes power the general organizer of the community which coordinates the activity of all particular sectors within the framework of overall planning. This economic planning is only one aspect of the function of social organization in modern nations. More precisely, the economy is only one part of overall planning. Through the choices of the plan concerning investments, development priorities, etc., all aspects of national life are in question: education, culture, art, scientific progress, territorial planning, town planning, lifestyle. 17. However, in fact, these social functions of general interest of the current state are subordinated to its primordial function of regulation of production corresponding to the interests of the hegemonic fraction, while constituting its role properly hegemonic. Social order, which resides in the fact of representing a real general interest of all the dominant fractions of capital and of presenting itself as embodying the general interest of the nation. Health and public hygiene slow down the wear and tear of the labor force. Public education covers future needs for qualified labor. Public urban transport, financed by the entire population, delivers labor to factories in good condition. The nationalization of energy sources and raw materials places the responsibility of the entire population to cover, at low prices, the needs of industry. The development of public activity, in a word, is welcome provided that it is limited to public pre-financing of the bases of monopoly expansion and accumulation. 18. Thus, no more than the regulatory function of the class state can be reduced to a technico-economic organization. Its function of guarantor of order or well-being cannot be reduced to that of a social organization in general. Suffice it to say that the relationships between these various functions of the state depend on the mode of specificity and articulation that the various levels of structures of a social formation take, within the type of Marxist unity, a mode which precisely establishes the proper unity of this formation at a determined stage of its transformation. However, currently, these functions effectively constitute organizational practices of the hegemonic state. The regulatory function of the state, invested in its ordering function, thus attributes to the state a general hegemonic character of political organization armored with coercion. At all levels of society, this character corresponds to the political interests of the hegemonic fraction. However, the order function of the state towards the whole of society, as is the case for its regulatory function, itself constitutes at the same time one of the aspects of its role as a mediating factor in the structuring of the power block. These public social activities of the state correspond to the general interest of the dominant fractions which, as a whole, benefit both from their concrete results in the production process and from the fact that they generally make the capitalist system more tolerable towards the dominated classes. The organizing practice of the state towards the whole of society, considered within the political relations of domination of a society divided into classes, can thus be generally related to the hegemonic role of the state with regard to the dominant classes and fractions. 3. The State of Capital. 1976. We are currently seeing a renewal and deepening of Marxist research concerning the capitalist state. This research, which often diverges from one another, is no less centered around certain common problems that it seemed important to us to identify. We have thus chosen a series of general themes. The first concerns the current relationship between the state and the economy, what is commonly referred to as the current economic role of the state. 19. Before entering into the heart of the discussion, I would like to emphasize the importance for the Marxist left of a constructive dialogue around the problems posed by the analysis of the current state. Indeed, what has until now characterized the theoretical context of the research that many of us are carrying out on the currently decisive question of the capitalist state is the relative compartmentalization of this research, a compartmentalization marked by a dogmatism punctuated by reciprocal anathemas. In addition to the negative effects that this state of affairs has had on our own research, it has produced a certain result, that of leaving the ground open for the new anti-Marxist offensive that we are currently witnessing, very clear in the area that concerns us. An offensive which, given the current progress of social democracy, can only become more pronounced. It therefore seems urgent to me to overcome this compartmentalization, on the one hand because it is a requirement of the political situation, on the other hand because the theoretical bases of this overcoming are developing. By this I mean that, beyond our theoretical political differences, we see that our research is precisely centered around a series of common questions, certain aspects of which continue to be problematic for us all. It is in this sense that I will answer your questions, it being understood that I will only be able, in this interview, to briefly touch on some of the problems of our research. To address the first theme, it is clear that, when we speak of the relationships between the state and the economy, by distinguishing this aspect of the role of the state, it can only be a pedagogical distinction, of the order of presentation and discussion. It is not a question of distinguishing on the one hand the economic interventions of the state in the laws of reproduction and accumulation of capital, on the other hand the political ideological role of the state in class struggle. The class struggle is located at the very heart of the economic space, that is to say in the relations of production, exploitation, and extraction of surplus value. A remark which should go without saying, but which, according to the established formula, is much better by saying it, to the extent that Marxist research on the state has just freed itself from an economist matrix which has marked it for a long time. That being said, the current relationship between the state and the economy raises a series of problems that, to speak here in my own name, I tried to raise in my recent book Social Classes in Capitalism Today. 1. The space of relations of production, exploitation, and extraction of surplus labor has never constituted, neither in other, pre-capitalist modes of production, nor in the M.P.C.20, a hermetic and compartmentalized level, self-reproducible and possessing its own intrinsic laws of operation. Politics was always, although in different forms, constitutively present in the relations of production and their reproduction, including moreover in the pre-monopoly stage of capitalism, contrary to a series of illusions about the liberal state, supposed not to have intervened in the economy. Which already allows us to identify a problem, space, the object, and therefore the respective concepts of politics and economics do not have, cannot have, neither the same field, nor the same extension, nor the same meaning in the various modes of production, and this contrary to an economist formalist conception which considered the economy as composed of invariant elements and in itself, reproducible by a sort of auto-combinatorics. There remains no less than the MPC presents, from this point of view, a characteristic specificity with regard to pre-capitalist modes of production, a specificity that I had tried to identify in my first book, Political Power and Social Classes, that of a relative separation between the economy and the state in the capitalist sense of these two terms, linked ultimately to the specificity of capitalist relations of production, namely to the dispossession of direct workers and their object and means of work, and thus linked to the specificity of the constitution of classes, and of the class struggle, in capitalism. Separation therefore of the state and the space of reproduction of capital specific to capitalism, which must not be grasped as a particular effect, in capitalism, of instances by nature or by essence autonomous through the various modes of production, and which in no way prevents, already at the pre-monopoly stage of capitalism, the constitutive role of the state in capitalist relations of production. This poses a first problem: how exactly can we grasp, in the entire history of capitalism within capitalist social formations, this relative separation of the state and the economy as the form of a specific presence of the state in the relations of capitalist production and exploitation, and consequently in their reproduction? Which already amounts to questioning the very term intervention by which the role of the capitalist state in the economy is often understood, because this term risks peddling a topological conception of this capitalist separation between the state and the economy as levels constitutively external to each other, the state only intervening after the fact in a self-reproducing economic level. But this also poses a second problem: how exactly can we situate the modifications, in this respect, of the role of the state in what I will designate, in a deliberately neutral manner, as the current phase of monopoly capitalism? How is it possible to grasp the currently decisive role of the state in the very cycle of reproduction and accumulation of capital as a transformed form precisely of this separation of politics and economics in the current phase? Indeed, if we do not locate this capital problem exactly, we risk conceiving the current phase as the overcoming of this separation, a linear and economistic conception of Lenin's designation of monopoly capitalism as the antechamber of socialism. One of the effects, but certainly not the only one, of this division would be to miss one of the decisive problems in this regard: the demarcation of the structural limits of the intervention of the state in the economy under capitalism, including in its current phase, limits marked here by the current form that the separation in question takes, itself a product of the invariant core of capitalist relations of production. In fact, it is precisely these limits which render obsolete the thesis, dear to social democracy, of the possibility of a current organized planned capitalism through the state, of which the conception of a possibility of managing the current crisis is only one of the aspects. For my part, I therefore propose two directions in social classes in capitalism today. A. In order to accurately locate the current form of the separation of politics and the economy, the following guiding principle should be followed: the space, the object, and the content of the respective concepts of politics and the economy modify not only according to the various modes of production, but also according to the various stages and phases of capitalism itself, precisely to the extent that it constitutes a mode of production presenting an expanded reproduction. It is in this current modification that the transformed form of the separation in question is inscribed. This makes it possible, among other things, to rigorously situate not only the meaning of current state interventions in the economy and their limits, but also the qualitative change in this role of the state compared to its economic role in the past. B. These movements can only be grasped according to the modifications, according to the stages and phases of capitalism, of capitalist relations of production, in all their complexity. I was thus led to propose a periodization of capitalism, including the monopoly imperialist capitalist stage, according to these modifications of the relations of production both on the global and national level, modifications which in fact underlie processes such as the concentration of capital, etc. The important problem consists, of course, here of grasping these modifications by taking into account the hard and invariant core of these relations as precisely capitalist relations. 2. We thus move on to the second series of problems. A. This focus of research on capitalist relations of production and their transformations leads, we are all aware of it, to break with the economistic conception of these relations which was bequeathed to us by the Third International, post-Leninist let's say, in particular to the extent that we must grasp the primacy of relations of production over the productive forces by situating exactly the content of these two terms, a primacy of which the production process is the effect. With regard in particular to the relations of production, we are led to consider them as the very form of existence of the social division of labor, and not as the simple crystallization of a process of productive forces as such, which precisely allows us to grasp the capitalist separation of the state and the economy as a specific presence of politics in the capitalist relations of production and the social division of labor. This also amounts to saying that changes in the current role of the state in the economy cover, through changes in production relations, substantial changes in the division of labor both on a global and national level. It is also obvious that these questions raise, in turn, considerable problems, the solution of which we have, all of us, been only too inclined to take for granted. b. This focus of the problem on the relations of production and the social division of labor in all its forms should, I point out incidentally, have broader effects on the study of the capitalist state and its history, because it allows us to move forward in elucidating the relationships between the space of production and the space of circulation of capital, an old Marxist problem with which we constantly stumble. Indeed, it is still striking to note that several Marxist researchers who try to establish the relationships between the institutions, and the ideology, specific to the capitalist state on the one hand and the economy on the other hand refer mainly to the space of circulation. I think that this neglect of the Marxist primacy of production over circulation, in the overall cycle of reproduction of capital, with regard to the relations between the economy and the state, has sometimes constituted a sort of flight forward, or rather a return backward, as long as the relations of production were considered as the simple crystallization reflection, in short, constituted a reaction to the economic impoverishment of the concept of relations of production. Now I think that it is now possible to shift the center of Marxist research on the state. We can account in a much more rigorous and exhaustive way of all the specific institutions of the capitalist state by relating them, first and foremost, to the relations of production and the social division of capitalist labor and, thus, to their reproduction. c. The elucidation of the current transformations of the relations of production and the capitalist separation of the state and the space of reproduction of capital should make it possible to grasp the economic functions and interventions of the current state in their organic articulation, while they are often still presented in Marxist research in the form of a descriptive accumulation addition. And it is here that a series of new problems arise, which I point out in the simplest and briefest possible way. This research should take as its guiding principle the downward trend in the rate of profit and grasp, essentially, the meaning of these state interventions as the implementation by the state of counter-tendencies to this downward trend in relation to the new coordinates, in the current phase, of establishing the average profit rate. All of the state's economic interventions are, ultimately, structured around this fundamental role. Here a first problem arises. We can in fact take this downward trend as a guiding principle on the sole condition of being clear about the fact that, to the extent that it does not directly designate the extraction of surplus value, that is to say exploitation, but the distribution of surplus value, it in fact only has the value of an index and symptom of the profound transformations of the relations of production and the division of labor, in short of the class struggle around exploitation. Under this condition, the central reference to this downward trend is not only legitimate, but absolutely essential. However, that being said, the problems are only just beginning, because in fact there are several counter-trends to this decline, two of which are essential: the devaluation of a part of constant capital, and the increase in the rate of exploitation and surplus value. Hence two problems. A. Is it legitimate to refer to these two counter-tendencies, and in particular to the first, insofar as it concerns simple transfers and redistribution of surplus value? B. If we must refer to both, we can treat them on the same footing, and if not, which of the two plays the main role? I believe, as I explained in social classes, that it is the second problem which is the most important. To get to the heart of the matter, we know that the role of the state in the devaluation of certain fractions of constant capital has been highlighted by certain economics and politics researchers, including P. Baccara. Most of the current state interventions would tend to operate part of the capital at a rate lower than the average profit, in order to counteract the downward trend. I think in this regard, and I am all the less embarrassed to say it frankly since I was among the first to publicly express my reservations, that we often make a bad case, in certain aspects, of these analyses by retorting that, assuming that the functioning of public capital is as these analyses describe it, this would only concern the distribution and transfers of surplus value. Certainly, but that does not prevent this from being a very real and essential counter-trend to the downward trend. The real problems lie elsewhere, a. Circumscribing the exact place of this counter-tendency while avoiding falling into the illusion which consists of considering that this public capital would in some way be neutralized short-circuit in the overall reproduction of social capital. In fact, this state capital continues to exploit, therefore to produce surplus value, and, although public, it nevertheless continues to be part of economic property of the capitalist class. Be clear about the fact that, precisely to the extent that this publication devaluation of capital essentially concerns the redistribution of total surplus value, the main and dominant counter-tendency to the downward trend lies in the role of the state consisting in raising the rate of surplus value and exploitation, which goes back to the heart of the class struggle and thus directly covers the role of the state relating to the transformations of the relations of production and the social division of labor. It is in this second part of the question that the real problems of Baccarat's analyses lie. 3. Finally, a series of problems, which I am only mentioning, relate to the transformations of the role of the state in relation to the current internationalization of capital and labor power, an internationalization which, itself, must be grasped with precision. The vast majority of us agree to reject a conception according to which this internationalization would empty the national state of its substance and its role for the benefit of inter or rather transnationalized capital and super or trans-state organizations. That being said, what we should succeed in analyzing are the profound structural transformations that the national state itself undergoes due to its place in the current demarcations of the imperialist chain, in short the articulation of the various functions of the state in relation to this internationalization and those which fall to it due to the modifications specific to its national social formation. Indeed, it is clear that this internationalization does not impose on the state functions, or transformations, which are simply added or superadded to those relating to its own social formation. Which refers to a series of questions concerning the current phase of imperialism, in particular the new forms of international division of labor and the transformations of global relations of production which, through their induced reproduction within each national social formation, in fact determine the transformations specific to it. A second problem is added here, given the new deepening of the dividing line, in the imperialist chain, between dominant countries and dominated dependent countries. I very much doubt the effectiveness of a general theorization of the current capitalist state which can account, even at an abstract level, of the transformations of the state apparatus in all of these countries. I think more and more that what we need is a theorization of both the current state of the dominant countries on the one hand and the current state of the dominated dependent countries on the other. The second theme concerns the relationship of the capitalist state with the dominant class and in particular monopoly capital and thus revolves around what, for your part, you have designated, in your books, as relative autonomy of the capitalist state in relation to the power block. Here too, I will respond by following the line that I set for myself at the beginning of our interview. Indeed, without underestimating the differences, which have long appeared in public debates, between my position and that of the reunion of the state and the monopolies in the C.M.E.21 phase, I nevertheless think that, also beneath these differences, a series of common problems arise. To begin with, I believe that we can possibly all agree on a first series of points, especially from the moment when the texts of the PCF no longer speak of a merger of the state and the monopolies, but of their reunion. What could these points be? The capitalist state, today as in the past, must represent the long-term political interest of the entire bourgeoisie under the hegemony of one of its fractions, currently monopoly capital. This implies that a. The bourgeoisie still presents itself today as constitutively divided into class fractions, monopoly capital and non-monopoly capital, fractions of monopoly capital, splits redoubled if we take into account the current coordinates of internationalization of capital. b. These bourgeois fractions are located as a whole, although to certainly and increasingly unequal degrees, on the terrain of political domination, and are therefore always part of the power block. c. The capitalist state must always hold relative autonomy in relation to this or that fraction of the power block in order to assume its role as political organizer of the general interest of the bourgeoisie under the hegemony of one of these fractions. d. The current forms of the monopolization process and the particular hegemony of monopoly capital over the entire bourgeoisie today impose a considerable restriction on the limits of the relative autonomy of the state in relation to monopoly capital and the scope of compromises between the latter and other fractions of the bourgeoisie. I believe that this is a series of points on which, beyond quarrels over words, the vast majority of us can undoubtedly agree. But I will say that once this agreement has been established, the problems, common to all of us, have only just begun. Indeed, once this theorization has been established, which is certainly not an easy task, we are still only at the preliminary stages and we have not made much progress in the direction of a more concrete analysis. The problems now concern the following question: how exactly is the general interest of the bourgeoisie realized in concrete state policy under the massive hegemony of the monopolies, and how is this hegemony established? This is how I was led, in social classes, and since then, to put forward certain fundamental theoretical propositions concerning the state. The state, capitalist in this case, must not be considered as an intrinsic entity but, as is also the case for capital, as a relationship, more precisely a condensation of a relationship of forces between classes and class fractions as they are expressed, always in a specific way, within the state itself. Understanding the state as a relationship means avoiding the impasses of a pseudo-dilemma in the current discussion on the state, between the state conceived as an instrument thing and the state conceived as a subject. The state as a thing, the old instrumentalist conception of the state, a passive, if not neutral, tool. Totally manipulated by a single fraction, in which case no autonomy is recognized for the state. The state as subject, the autonomy of the state, considered here as absolute, is related to its own will as a rationalizing authority of civil society. A conception which dates back to Hegel, taken up by Max Weber and the dominant current of bourgeois political sociology, and which relates this autonomy to the specific power that the state is supposed to hold and to the bearers of this power and of state rationality, the bureaucracy or the political elites in particular. Indeed, it is a specific feature of this tendency to endow the institution's devices with their own power. While in fact the state apparatus does not possess power, because by state power we can only understand the power of certain classes and fractions to whose interests the state corresponds. What is more important to us now is to clearly see that, in these two cases, the relationship between state and social classes and in particular between state and dominant classes and fractions is understood as a relationship of exteriority. Either the dominant classes submit the state to itself through a play of influences and pressure groups, or the state submits the dominant classes to itself. In this relationship of exteriority, state and dominant classes are considered as two intrinsic entities confronted with each other, one facing the other, and one of which would possess as much power as the other would not have any, according to a traditional conception of power as a given quantity in a society, the zero-sum power concept. Either the dominant class absorbs the state by emptying it of its own power, or the state resists the dominant class and withdraws its power for its own benefit. Now the state is a relationship, which amounts to saying, to return to our problem at the beginning, that its relative autonomy and its role in establishing the general interest of the bourgeoisie under the hegemony of a fraction, in short the policy of the state, cannot be reduced to its own power or its rationalizing will. The establishment of this policy must in fact be considered as the result of the class contradictions inscribed in the very structure of the state. Indeed, understanding the state as the condensation of a balance of forces between classes and class fractions, as they are expressed, in a specific way, within the state, means that the state is constituted and crossed through and through by class contradictions. This means that an institution, the state, intended to reproduce class divisions is not, can never be, as the conceptions of the state thing and the state subject consider it, a monolithic block without cracks, but is itself, by its very structure, divided. Now, what specific form do these class contradictions take, and especially those between fractions of the power block, constitutive of the state? They take precisely the form of internal contradictions between the various branches and apparatuses of the state, within each of them, to the extent that each of them often constitutes the seat and the privileged representative of this or that fraction of the block in power, in short the crystallization concentration of this or that particular interest, executive and parliament, army, judiciary, various ministries, regional municipal apparatuses and central apparatus, various ideological apparatuses, etc. In this context, the establishment by the state of the general and long-term political interest of the power block under the hegemony of this or that fraction of monopoly capital, the concrete functioning of its relative autonomy and also the limits of this in the face of monopoly capital, in short the current policy of the state appears as a process of the result of these interstate contradictions, a process which, at a first level and in the short term, itself appears as stupendously incoherent and chaotic. What it is indeed a question of is a process of structural selectivity on the part of a given information apparatus, and of the measures taken by others, a contradictory process of decisions but also non-decisions on the part of branches and state apparatuses, a determination, inscribed in the very organizational framework of the state, of priorities but also of counter-priorities, each branch and apparatus often bypassing the others, a set of ad hoc, conflicting measures and compensations in the face of the current problem, of a process of filtering staged by each branch and device of the measures taken by others. State policy is thus established through this process of interstate contradictions, to the extent that they constitute class contradictions, and in particular fractions of the power block, which raises in this context the problem of unity. Through its cracks, of state power, that is to say the problem of its global and massive policy in favor of monopoly capital. This unity is not established by a simple physical control of the bearers of monopoly capital over the state, and by their coherent will, but precisely by this contradictory process involving institutional transformations of the state such that certain decision centers and dominant nodes can only be, by their nature, permeable to monopoly interests, by establishing themselves as a center of referral of the monopoly policy of the state and as bottlenecks of the measures taken elsewhere in favor of other fractions of capital. This can take several forms, that of the complex domination of an apparatus or branch of the state over other branches and apparatuses of state, centers of resistance of other fractions of the power block, that of a trans-state network covering and short-circuiting, at all levels, the various apparatuses and branches of the state, a network crystallizing par excellence, and by its very nature, monopolistic interests, finally, the form of training and operating circuits of bodies, special detachments of senior state officials, endowed with a high degree of mobility not only interstate but also between the state and monopolistic businesses and who, always through significant institutional transformations, are responsible for implement the policy in favor of monopoly capital. These theoretical directions, which in my opinion need to be explored in greater depth, pose, as one might suspect, a series of new problems on which I cannot dwell on here. The theme that we would now like to address concerns the state in the current context of the crisis of capitalism. 1. The first problem, which concerns both the economic crisis, the political crisis and the crisis of the state, but also the relationships between the two, is that of the very concept of crisis. I think we should manage to avoid a double pitfall. A. The conception of bourgeois economics and sociology of the crisis which is currently running through the streets, namely the crisis as a dysfunctional instant or moment which ruptures, suddenly if not by a stroke of fate, the otherwise harmonious functioning of the system. We know in fact that crises, particularly economic ones, fulfill an organic role in the reproduction of capital, are inscribed at the very heart of the capital/labor contradiction, also functioning as a concentrated implementation of counter-tendencies to the downward trend in the rate of profit. This means, on the one hand, that economic crises are in a way, and from a certain angle, necessary for the very survival of capitalism, unless they translate into political crises whose outcome could be the overthrow of capitalism. On the other hand, that elements of crisis are constantly present in the reproduction of capitalist relations. b. The mechanistic, evolutionary, and economistic conception of the crisis, which was that of the Third International after a certain time, and which, starting from the fact that the reproduction of capitalist relations, in particular at the imperialist stage, organically includes the elements of crisis, concludes with the always present actuality of the crisis. It is the conception of monopoly capitalism as an always current crisis of capitalism, which dissolves the very specificity of the concept of crisis. Hence the problem, how to grasp the crisis as consisting of elements permanently present in the reproduction of capitalist relations, particularly in its current phase, but by reserving for this concept the field of a particular conjuncture of condensation of contradictions. This last remark, I will point out straight away, does not prevent us from distinguishing between various types of crisis, and from situating in particular the structural character of the current crisis, on condition of getting rid of the traditional descriptive acceptance of notions of structure and conjuncture. What has just been said applies, mutatis mutandis, exactly to the political crisis, of which the crisis of the state is only one aspect. I tried to resolve this more general problem in my book Facime et Dictature, and in the very last one, The Crisis of Dictatorships, by posing an additional problem, that of the relationships between the political crisis and the economic crisis. Because, contrary to an economist's conception, it is obvious that the economic crisis does not translate necessarily, nor simultaneously, nor unequivocally into a political crisis and a crisis of the state. Let us come to the current crisis of capitalism. We all agree that this is a real structural crisis, distinct, as such and already on the economic level, from the simple cyclical crises of capitalism. This poses a first series of problems concerning the strictly economic aspects of the crisis, and which I will not dwell on. But this poses a series of problems concerning the political ideological crisis and the crisis of the state that we are currently witnessing, in short concerning, in certain aspects, the very structural character of the current crisis. This structural character of the crisis also lies in the repercussion of the economic crisis into a political ideological crisis or crisis of hegemony, that is to say in the current relationships between the economic crisis and the crisis of the state. Indeed, one of the most important problems in this regard consists of the fact that, due to the new economic role of the state and the transformations of the political and economic spaces, a series of these functions of the state consisting of the implementation of counter-tendencies to the downward trend in the rate of profit themselves become, in the current context and beyond a certain point that the state cannot avoid transgressing, factors producing a crisis which, by this very fact, goes beyond a simple economic crisis. We can point out, in a very indicative way, certain new aspects of this problem. A. The considerable accentuation, in the current context, of the contradictions of the power block, an already important element of the structural crisis, but the economic functions of the state, functions accentuated precisely in the context of economic crisis, play massively in favor of the economic corporate interests of certain fractions of capital at the expense of others. This direct, snowballing effect of the state in economic contradictions only revives and deepens the political fissures of the power block. B. The organic intervention of the state in a series of areas which, from being marginal before, are in the process of being integrated, expanding it. In the very space of reproduction and accumulation of capital has the effect of a considerable politicization of the struggles of the popular masses in these areas, to the extent that these masses are now confronted directly with the state. Already an important element of political crisis, but which is accentuated by the very fact that these state interventions, aimed among other things at increasing the rate of surplus value through the capitalist reproduction qualification of the labor force, increase considerably in periods of crisis but by stripping themselves of their deceptive aspect of social policy. These interventions thus multiply the elements of crisis, all the more so since the new petty bourgeoisie or the salaried middle classes are, by their nature, particularly sensitive to the objectives of struggle affecting these areas, the objective basis of their alliance with the working class extending considerably. In short, we are currently witnessing the collapse of an entire myth of the welfare state or state of well-being. C. The role of the state in favor of foreign or transnational capital, a role precisely accentuated in a context of crisis, accentuates the uneven development of capitalism within each national social formation where foreign capital reproduces, in particular by creating new poles of development in certain regions at the expense of others. Hence the fact of ruptures in national unity, of the nation underlying the bourgeois state, by the massive development of regionalist movements of a directly political nature, and which, however ambiguous they often are, do not constitute any less important elements of the current political crisis. To which is added, of course, the current role of the state in the face of the economic crisis in the stricter sense of the term. It seems to me that the new problem in this regard is the following: to the extent that the state intervenes massively in the very reproduction of capital, to the extent also that economic crises are, from a certain angle, organic and necessary factors of this reproduction, the current state has probably succeeded, through its interventions, in limiting the savage aspect of economic crises, but to the strict extent that it now takes charge directly itself of the functions fulfilled previously, or in a concentrated period, by these wild crises. Without overly cultivating the paradox, we can say that everything is happening as if it were now the state itself which was responsible for promoting creeping economic crises, whereas in the past the state seemed content to limit the social damage of wild economic crises. Which, here too, has the effect of a considerable politicization of the struggle of the popular masses in the context of the economic crisis. 3. The current crisis, coupled moreover with the ideological crisis which I will not speak about, thus translates into a crisis of the state in the dominant capitalist countries. What is currently failing is the state's attempt to gently settle into managing its own crisis, and we are witnessing a burst that the English call crisis of the crisis management. This poses a series of new problems in concrete research. I will only say, following my previous remarks on the state, that this crisis must be grasped in the considerably increased internal contradictions within the state itself, between the various branches and apparatuses of the state, within each branch and each apparatus, in the personnel of the state apparatuses. We only have to mention what is currently happening in France. The decisive problem consists, of course, of locating, under the appearance of the political scene, the nodal places of these contradictions within the state and of establishing their true class significance, which can only be done through a series of mediations, because class contradictions are expressed within the state in an always specific way, that is to say by following its own institutional framework. The last theme that we would like to address concerns the current institutional transformations of state apparatuses in dominant countries. We are indeed witnessing considerable institutional transformations of these state apparatuses. Transformations which must be understood as responses of the state, faced, among other things, with the political crisis, including with its own crisis, that is to say as attempts, on the part of the state, both of self-defense and of adaptation in the face of the new realities of the class struggle. Transformations which, given the structural character of the crisis but also the more general modifications of capitalist relations, lead not simply to an occasional authoritarian turn of the bourgeois state, but are on the path to the constitution of a new form of capitalist state, with specific characteristics of an authoritarian state or a strong state. This process consists both of the accentuation of elements already present in the state of monopoly capitalism and of a series of relatively new elements. A process which is found, certainly unevenly developed, in all the current states of the dominant capitalist countries, to speak only of these. I point out in a very indicative way. 1. The prodigious concentration of power in the executive at the expense of popular parliamentary representation. 2. the organic confusion of the three powers whose separation, always rather phantasmatic moreover, constituted the ideological basis of the bourgeois state. 3. The accelerated pace of restriction of the traditional political freedoms of the citizen in the face of state arbitrariness. 4. The precipitous decline of the role of bourgeois political parties and the shift of their political organizational functions towards the state administration bureaucracy, a process which involves the direct politicization of the state apparatus, technocratism, the privileged form of legitimization of the state through the administrative apparatus. 5. The accentuation in the exercise of state violence, which goes hand in hand with the accentuation of the direct ideological role of the state and the displacement of this role from the ideological apparatuses towards the repressive apparatuses themselves, which can only be understood by taking into account the current ideological crisis and the rupture of the links between the bourgeoisie and its organic intellectuals in the broad sense. 6. The schitomization and dislocation of each branch and state apparatus into formal and apparent networks on the one hand, into watertight cores, closely controlled by the top of the executive, on the other, and the constant displacement of the centers of real power of the former latter, which takes place by an effective transmutation of the principle of publicity into a secret principle. 7. The massive development and organizational role of parallel state networks, public, semi-public or parapublic, which have the simultaneous functions of unifying and directing the watertight cores of the state apparatus, networks which, as it should, remain in reserve for the Republic in the event that things really turn sour for the ruling class. The decisive theoretical emergencies that we all face here are: a. To establish the exact relationship between these transformations of the state and the current transformations of capitalism, ultimately between the transformations of the state and the new relations of force between the classes in struggle. b. To distinguish these structural modifications from a fascisation process in the strict sense, which is currently undoubtedly not underway, but which can be triggered, in the current context of the crisis, in an original and particularly surreptitious way, because it is linked to these structural transformations of the state. c. To contribute to the study of solutions for the popular masses, solutions which, given the structural character of these transformations, certainly cannot reside in secondary plasterings, which, ultimately, opens the discussion on the state of transition towards socialism, but given the scale of the problem, must also close this interview. 4 questions about power. 1977. Nicos, you are directing a new collection at the Presses Universitaire de France, why the title Politics 22? The original project was to carry out a whole series of concrete, precise analyses on the realities of current capitalism, and more particularly in France, that is to say, to break with the ideological discourse that, very often, is used in the political domain, but, nevertheless, let it be a collection focused on the problems that arise in the perspective and project of the Union of the Left. It is obvious, for example, that the left coming to power will find itself confronted with a whole series of questions which concern the state apparatuses, which concern the question of transition, which concern a whole series of more precise problems not only affecting the state apparatuses, but the class structure, class alliances, etc. The title Politics refers directly to this political situation. In addition, the objective of the collection is to bring together people who claim to be Marxists and who are in line with the left-wing union project but who have relatively different political positions. Because what we see, until now, is that there is no collection that can bring together or publish together such dissimilar works. What we find are generally collections organically linked to this or that party or completely university collections, but a collection focused directly on concrete problems inserted in a political perspective, and which, although quite broad, did not really exist. Another question. Why the first volume, which is, in a certain way, an announcement of the rest of the collection, on the crisis of the state? And how can we present this book in a few words to readers of dialectics? Precisely, the volume The Crisis of the State respects this concern that we had when making the collection. It is obvious that the first question that can arise in the context of the political events which concern France, for example in the context of the hypothesis of the accession of the left to power, concerns the state apparatus. How to transform the state apparatus in, possibly, a transition to socialism. The transformation of the state apparatus, we will return to this when speaking of the state, cannot start from an abstract general vision, breaking up the state apparatus, of the type of the formalist discussion that we have had until now on the dictatorship of the proletariat. We must start from the concrete reality of the state in France currently, which itself cannot be analyzed without taking into account this element called the crisis of the state. Furthermore, the analysis of the crisis of the state is not linked only to the hypothesis of the accession of the left to power. In any case, the bourgeoisie finds itself in an extremely difficult position, which is that, precisely, of its political crisis and its crisis of the state. This cannot be resolved according to a simple solution, that is, the left comes to power, so things happen, or the left does not come to power and things continue like this. Because, in any case, there must be a significant retransformation of the state apparatuses, a reorganization of the state apparatuses to respond to the bourgeoisie's own crisis of the state. Currently, for example, an attempt like that of Chirac is not only a preventive attempt to put in place the alternative solution in the event of a failure of a left coming to power, it is in any case also an attempt which targets, independently of the accession of the left to power, the state itself, that is to say the type of organization of the state which is currently presented with Giscard d'Estaing, etc. Thus, in both hypotheses, the crisis of the state is at the center of our discussions. As part of the collection, you will therefore be required to direct the publication of works or to stimulate different works. What are, basically, the fundamental points, apart from the crisis of the state itself, which seem to you to have to be debated by the Marxist theorists of the left, in the broadest sense of this term, as you said yourself? There, I'm going to clarify things. What we are currently seeing in France, contrary to what is happening in Italy, which you know well, is that there is still a fixation of the discussion on the formalist level, on the abstract level, and as soon as we move on to the concrete analysis of the various problems, there are extremely few analyses or very poor and summary analyses, whether in the case of the Communist Party, whether in the case of the Socialist Party, in the case of the CERES, in the case of the PSU. So the question is not only, what are the important problems to analyze? But also, what are the existing forces? Because if there are certain concrete analyses which are extremely important, and which I will use in the collection, it is not obvious that if I had the choice, if there was a whole team of people who could tackle the various problems, I would have given the same order of priority. So what are the projects that we are currently planning? In addition to the book by Castells, we will say a few words about it, which has just been released. We also have the book by Daniel Bertas which bears the title Structure of Classes and Personal Destinies. In fact, it is the best analysis that currently exists on mobility, that is to say social immobility in France, and this takes into account the transformations of social classes, the restructuring of the training of the labor force, etc., in a rigorous manner. Then, afterwards, there is a book by Antoinette Chauvinot which focuses on hospitals, on the organization of health in France, which goes much further than repeating banalities like class medicine, etc., by analyzing very precisely the sectors which run through the entire institutional apparatus of hospitals, that is to say by not only analyzing hospitals as apparatuses but also all the sectors and networks of hospitals which are called social security, etc. Then, afterwards, there is a book on consumers, which attacks the whole ideology surrounding consumer movements currently and which clearly shows the political problems of these movements. There is yet another book on transport. You can see the range of problems. As for me, if you like, I would have preferred that the collection focus from its beginnings even more on questions of the state, that is to say on questions of transition, on the problems of democracy and socialism, on what concretely means transforming the state. But it is obvious that this is a problem that can only be posed on the basis of a precise and concrete rigorous analysis, which takes time, but we are working on it, both me personally who is preparing a next book on it, and for a collective book about which I prefer not to say anything yet until it is done. Castell's book, The Economic Crisis and American Society, has just been published. How would you present it, in 2 words, in particular what is its interest for French readers? The title, a priori, could suggest that it is a specialist work. Castell's idea, with which we may not agree, is that, all the same, what happens in the United States is extremely important for us too. Not in the sense in which things are generally presented, namely that what is happening in the United States would in some way prefigure the future of what Europe will be, because Europe could only follow the path that the United States is following. But in a fairer sense, by saying that the internal struggles in the United States, because of the place of the United States in Europe and its domination in the world and over Europe, can only have important effects with regard to the European plan. The interest of Castell's book is that it manages to rigorously articulate an economic analysis and a political analysis, integrating political and ideological elements concerning the mass movements which appear in the United States. Perhaps a final question on the overall approach to the collection and the first volume in particular: does it seem to you that, overall, in the historical phase we are experiencing, Marxism is in full development, or is it that, ultimately, are not extremely important currents of thought emerging here and there that are a-Marxist, anti-Marxist, or even violently anti-Marxist? It is certain that we currently find ourselves in a rather curious, if not interesting, ideological context, against which, moreover, I went to war in the preface to the book. I am thinking of the whole current which is linked to the ideology of desire, to militant anti-Marxism from Clavel to Glucksmann, etc., and which is beginning to have considerable importance. What strikes me is that it does not only have importance in the field of the media or the major press, but what is important is that in the real disarray of the bourgeoisie today, in its ideological crisis, in the fact that it is desperately seeking any currents of thought to confront the absolutely undeniable development of Marxism, we see that this current is beginning to have a considerable influence. For example, in research, it should be noted that the CERFI, which is a research organization bringing together several people moving in the same direction, currently has the lion's share of research contracts. We should therefore not underestimate this type of current, but I persist in believing, all the same, that all this is temporary, that it is a storm in a glass of water of the small Parisian world. However, there are things that I would not place in the same group, for example, the work of Foucault. You have already talked about political crisis and crisis of the state, ideological crisis. I think it is interesting to explore these terms in more depth. Relative to the concept of crisis, we are going to discuss a little both the contribution to the volume La Crise de l'État and the interview you gave to Dialectics in issue 13. The first question on the notion of crisis concerns the rather complicated relationship, somewhere, that you are trying to establish between political crisis and crisis of the state, since you also say several times that the political crisis includes the crisis of the state but is not reduced to it. Indeed, for this we must return to the definition that I am trying to give of the state, and this takes us quite far, because it was something that I had developed in social classes in capitalism today. I think that the state should be considered neither as a subject nor as an object, but as the material condensation of a balance of forces. In this formulation, there are two terms that are important. Firstly, the state as the condensation of a balance of forces, that is to say that the state, basically, concentrates class contradictions within itself. Class contradictions cross and constitute the state, they are present within the state itself. But the capitalist state presents its own specificity, namely its materiality as a state capitalist apparatus. This means that the capitalist state in particular always presents its own institutional specificity, relating to its separation from the relations of production. Which means, on the one hand, that a change in the balance of power within social classes in the field of class struggle always has effects within the state, but that they manifest themselves within the state. Which, on the other hand, gives the following result: we can say that the very material form of the capitalist state, its institutional specificity, the fact, among other things, that it allows within it the admittedly biased representation of various classes or class fractions, has the consequence that the capitalist state is constituted in some way in such a way as to be able to absorb the political crises which present themselves in the balance of forces of the social classes. It is in this sense that we must understand Lenin's sentence that parliamentary democracy is the best envelope of capitalism. It allows to a certain extent the state organization to absorb the various political crises without them becoming crises of the state. Moreover, we see this very clearly if we take the difference between the democratic parliamentary state and the type of exceptional state which itself, at the limit of the capitalist state, does not present precisely this institutional flexibility of parliamentary democracy. Any crisis within class relations and political relations in the type of state of the military dictatorship or fascism type manifests itself directly in extremely violent crises of the state. In this sense, what I wanted to point out is that a political crisis within the class struggle does not necessarily extend to constituting a crisis of the state. There is a question that I really want to ask you. Your approach is marked by obvious anti-economist traits and, as a result, it necessarily leads to a precise conceptual question. When you speak of condensation of class struggles, or condensation of power relations within the framework of the state, how do you situate this concept of condensation in relation to that, put forward a long time ago by Louis Althusser, of overdetermination? Obviously, there is a significant problem there. Although we should not talk so much about overdetermination itself as about the use that was made of it, I am talking in particular about the use that was made of it in the texts of Lire Le Capital, notably in the text by Balibar which remained in the second edition of Lire Le Capital. How does the concept of overdetermination work? The concept of overdetermination basically functions in an economistic way. What does this mean? That the economic contradictions, the economic base cannot certainly be understood on their own, but that we must see in the economic, drawn hollowly, the place of politics and the place of ideology. I therefore want to say that the concept of overdetermination has functioned at most and at best in a diacritical way. To say this, let's see, economics does not work alone, so in economics there is also politics, there is also ideology. However, politics and ideology were never talked about as such, and that's the important thing. Now the problem, if we want to restore the primacy of politics, is not only to see the importance of politics, of ideology in the reproduction of relations of production, etc., but it is to see to what extent and how economic relations manifest themselves on an essential level, which is the political level. This is what makes it possible to reverse the problem and to say, what is important is not only the state in the economy, but also and above all the economic contradictions as they exist on the level of the state and politics, hence the term condensation of contradictions in the state. Whereas overdetermination was precisely evacuating politics from its proper place and reducing it to or in the economy. The second function of the term condensation, which is still quite important, is to show that we do not find in the state only the dominant classes but that we also find there specifically the relationship between the dominant classes and the dominated classes, that is to say that we not only find in the state one aspect of the contradiction, that which concerns the dominant classes, the other aspect of the contradiction, the dominated classes, being outside the state or face to face with the state, the two aspects of the contradiction, that is to say the class struggle, are also found within the state itself, crossing the state from one side to the other. This is what I wanted to designate by the term condensation. We have just spoken at length about the political crisis, the crisis of the state regarding condensation and overdetermination, the relationship between economic crisis/political crisis and crisis of the state. You say in your work that an economic crisis does not necessarily lead to a political crisis of the state. that conversely certain political crises of the state are not totally linked or determined by the economic crisis, but nevertheless that in certain capitalist countries a whole crisis condenses, if I may say, in any case comes together, and this is what you call crisis of hegemony. However, this term hegemony, in my opinion, is problematic. Why use crisis of hegemony in this context? What do you want to designate specifically in this whole crisis by the term crisis of hegemony? You are absolutely right. This is why I also use the term structural crisis, alongside the term crisis of hegemony. Indeed, this is already a position that I had in political power and social classes and which I still maintain, and with which our friend Christine Bussy-Glucksmann does not agree. I continue to think that the term hegemony is not a term that can be applied rigorously, that is to say non-descriptively, to the state itself. Because, ultimately, it is a question of saying through the concept of hegemony that the state, apart from the role of repression, must also have a role of consensus. Well, that's important to say, Gramsci showed it, but we don't need a particular concept to designate that. Ultimately neither Marx nor Lenin ever limited the state to simple violence. That said, in the field of class relations, the concept of hegemony has a precise role that I have tried to implement, in particular to show first of all that there is a set of classes and class fractions which are part of the power block, one of which has the dominant role among the dominant classes and fractions, a leadership role which implies that this class or fraction is also organized ideologically in a precise way through its political representatives, etc. So here the concept of hegemony designates a real problem, the leading role of a class fraction within an alliance of classes and fractions in power. So it is obvious that from this moment the notion of crisis of hegemony applied to the state itself does not make much sense. We can say, on the other hand, that a crisis of hegemony in class relations, a crisis of hegemony within the power block, manifests itself as a crisis of the state or can manifest itself as a crisis of the state because it is the most acute point of the political crisis within the balance of power of social classes. That said, if I use this term, it is to show that Gramsci had seen a problem, that of very specific crises that are economic crises in relation to crises of the state. He designated them as crises of hegemony, structural crises, but here too this poses an additional problem. We must put the very term structural crisis into perspective in the sense that even a general economic crisis like the crisis we are currently witnessing, a general economic crisis of imperialism in that it concerns all capitalist countries, does not manifest itself within each capitalist country in crisis of the state, but we can speak of a structural crisis by designating the economic crisis articulated with the crisis of the state in certain capitalist countries. You see, that's the question. But you are right to talk about the crisis of hegemony and to actually say that this is problematic. A very concrete question, I think that you can cover the situations of France and Italy under the term crisis of hegemony. Could we use this same term about Spain? Certainly. I think we could also have included Spain, certainly Portugal, or even, to varying degrees, Greece. Which refers to what we call the possibilities of socialism in the countries of Southern Europe or in the European side of the Mediterranean. Which is not by chance. This does not involve a geographical delimitation, but relationships of dependence, particular situations of dependence of these societies in relation to other societies such as the United States, Germany, the formations of Northern Europe, etc. So it seems to you that these different countries have common problems? Absolutely, but of course in a different context, because the crisis of hegemony of the bourgeoisie in Spain, to the extent that here we are facing, nevertheless, a state which is in the process of leaving the military dictatorship, of transiting towards something else, towards what, etc., does not arise in exactly the same way as the crisis in France, that is to say that the outcomes of the crisis present different challenges. But in any case there is a crisis of hegemony of the bourgeoisie, certainly. A final question on this notion of crisis. You speak at one point, in your work, of one of the features of the ideological crisis in the context of the general crisis of the state today in France as being a crisis of legitimation. What do you mean by that? By crisis of legitimation, I especially mean the way in which the dominant ideology functions towards the dominated classes with regard more particularly to their relationship with the state. The dominant ideology, as we know, has a certain number of functions, let's say in quotation marks, in relation to the dominated classes, but these functions do not all revolve around the role of the state. Nevertheless, there is a discourse from a particular region of the dominant ideology which concerns the state, even the state as guarantor of national unity, the relationship of the state to the nation, the relationship of the state and the general interest, the relationship of the state with freedoms, the political body of citizens, etc. This is therefore a rather particular aspect of the dominant ideology. This is the first aspect that I call the crisis of legitimation, that is to say the crisis of this region of the dominant ideology which concerns the state and the relationship of the dominated classes with the state. The second aspect which is equally important is the following: the region of the dominant ideology and its discourse which concerns the state does not only have a role with regard to or towards the dominated classes, it also has an internal role in the state. The state itself can only function from a certain place, within its own bosom, of the dominant ideology, that is to say that all the bodies of civil servants, judges, police officers can only have the role they have with regard to the dominated classes on condition that there is an internal and very precise circulation of the discourse of the dominant ideology with regard to the own members of the state apparatus, a discourse which is that of public service, of interest general, the maintenance of national unity and order in the noble sense, let's say, of the term. The crisis of legitimation therefore means here a crisis of the dominant ideology in its role of internal cementing of the state apparatus, that is to say, concretely and first of all, serious splitting and fissures within state personnel. But this goes further, it also means a whole reorganization of this institutional apparatus that we call the ideological state apparatuses. When we observe a crisis of legitimation, that is to say a crisis in this region of the dominant ideology which functions as the internal cementing of the state apparatuses, we often see a shift of the main role in the reproduction and creation of the dominant ideology within the state from one apparatus to another, from one ideological apparatus to another, but very often also from ideological apparatuses to repressive apparatuses. We are currently seeing the shift that is taking place in this direction from school, for example, or from the family, towards repressive apparatuses such as the police or the army. A problem that we have already addressed, in your approach, the class power enshrined in the state is contradictory on several grounds, and it is these different capacities that we will try to see. Starting with the difficulty which is the following: when you speak of a power block, do you mean the political class which partly holds the power, or do you mean the block, the set of layers which make up the social base of power in society as a whole? On the other hand, are these contradictions within the state that you want to analyze as closely as possible, in your eyes, a reflection of the contradictions of the class struggle in society as a whole, or are they contradictions of the power block? A third question again. Don't you have the feeling of overestimating the contradictions between the factions constituting, in particular, the power block? For example, on the basis of your answers, we can question the French exemplification of the thing to see the implications of your approach a little more closely. I will talk first of all about the importance of the internal contradictions of the state. I believe that this has considerable importance, not only for the analysis of the current state, but also for the question of the transition to socialism. It is quite obvious that a whole series of questions concerning the war of movement or the war of position, the new strategy with regard to the destruction of the state, the transition to socialism present themselves in a completely different way if we see the state as a monolithic block without cracks, with the classes dominated completely outside the state, or if we think that the state is not crossed by class contradictions. Conversely, we can see the state as the material condensation of a balance of forces, that is to say crossed by class contradictions and by a whole series of fractures. That said, we must make a distinction in this sense between the power block and the dominated classes, a fundamental distinction. By power block, I mean the classes and fractions of classes which occupy the terrain of political domination, that is to say the dominant class and fractions. This is what I call the power block. On the other hand, those of the dominated classes which have a particular function with regard to the block in power, that is to say those which very clearly support the power of the block in power, I had already designated them previously by a particular term, that of support classes of the block in power, that is to say often the petty bourgeoisie, the fractions of the peasantry, etc. So I do not mean, when I speak of a power block, all the layers which support state power, I mean those which participate in the terrain of political domination, therefore those which have their own bases of power within the state apparatus. That said, second question, does this mean that only contradictions within the power block, in the sense in which I have delimited it, cross the state apparatus? No, not at all. There are also the contradictions between the power block and the dominated classes, including the supporting classes, which cross the state, but they cross it in a very particular way. While the classes and class fractions which are part of the power block generally have relatively autonomous seats and bastions of power within the state, their own seats of power facing the power of the hegemonic fraction, the existence and struggle of the dominated classes do not manifest themselves through autonomous seats of power specific to these classes within the state. Contrary to the reformist conception, I think that we cannot consider that the dominated classes can appropriate the state device, by investing in branches or state apparatuses to constitute their own entrenched powers. What we see is that the dominated classes express themselves within the state apparatus as centers of resistance against the power of the bourgeoisie, or as movements which divide the personnel or apparatus of the state. So the supporting classes and more generally the dominated classes exist in the state apparatus, their struggles cross the state apparatus, but, precisely because of the institutional materiality of the state apparatus and the unity of state power, they do not exist in the same way as the fractions of the power block. They generally do not constitute their own and autonomous seats of power, real decision-making powers, but centers of limitation, of resistance, with regard to the exercise of the power of the dominant classes. That said, there is also a distinction in this regard between the working class and the other dominated classes. What I say does not apply in the same way to the petty bourgeoisie in particular, which is often a supporting class, and to the working class. For example, the struggle and contradictions between the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie pass through the state apparatus in a much more direct way than the contradictions between the working class and the bourgeoisie, among other things through the class belonging of a large part of the civil servants. Any major contradiction between the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie passes through the state apparatus directly, while the contradictions of the working class with the ruling bloc pass through the state at a distance. That said, your last question was, am I not overestimating the internal contradictions of the power bloc? I have to say that I don't feel like I'm overestimating them at all. In a way, I overestimate them much less than do certain analyses of the Communist Party, which go so far as to say that the contradictions which exist between monopoly capital and non-monopoly capital in particular are of such seriousness that non-monopoly capital is now totally excluded from the very terrain of political domination. These analyses therefore attach such importance to what is happening within the bourgeoisie itself that they go so far as to say that the type of contradictions between non-monopoly capital and monopoly capital are close to the type of contradictions that the dominated classes can have with regard to the dominant classes. It is clearly said. Let's say that, already on this point, we can say that I overestimate them much less. I nevertheless believe that they are extremely important, while always saying that these contradictions within the power bloc are ultimately an effect of the main contradiction between the power bloc and the dominated classes. If we take a series of contradictions within the bourgeoisie, those which concern the devaluation of capital for example, we notice first of all that they are extremely important. It is a question of life or death for certain fractions of capital who will die so that the others can live. But this devaluation is a counter-trend to the downward trend in the rate of profit, a downward trend which, in a way, is ultimately nothing other than the expression of the struggle of the popular classes. We can therefore say that the more the fundamental contradiction sharpens between the dominant classes and the dominated classes, the deeper the internal contradictions within the power block. In the sense that I have just said, but also with regard to the differential tactics of the various components of the power block towards the dominated classes. You can see, for example, faced with the rise in popular struggles, fractions of the bourgeoisie who are for a fascist or military dictatorship type solution, others who are for social democratic solutions. I therefore overestimate the contradictions within the power block all the less because I do not see them, I repeat, as functioning in isolation, but as contradictions always determined, in the final analysis, by the fundamental contradiction between dominant classes and dominated classes. That said, I continue to believe that they remain very important, in particular a whole series of important aspects of the state crisis, whether in France, Italy, Greece, Portugal, or Spain, primarily concern internal contradictions within the power block, in the sense in which I have just specified them. See, for example, currently, what is happening between Chirac and Giscard d'Estaing, which is still an important contradiction. But you said it rightly, this difference between Chirac and Giscard is very important, are they not, from another point of view, two different policies for the same political objective? Certainly, but still remaining at such a level of generality and abstraction that we move away from a concrete analysis of a concrete situation. Ultimately, we can just as easily say that, well, it is well understood that any bourgeois state is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. But we have not advanced an inch yet. At the limit we can certainly also say, because at the level of the BABA of Marxism it is true, that parliamentary democracy, fascist and military dictatorship, is never just the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, it is always bourgeois power, and always in the same sense we can say that the contradictions between this or that tactic of the bourgeoisie within a parliamentary democracy, are never just two aspects of tactics of bourgeois power. Well, it is more than obvious that we should not go so far as to see fundamental things there, but the fact remains that in precise conditions, which are also those of the crisis of the state, these differences in tactics on the part of the bourgeoisie are very important, among other things as signs and indices of the internal contradictions which exist within the bourgeoisie. What matters to us, even more than the possible difference in projects between Giscard and Chirac, is to what extent what happens between them indicates, among other things, important contradictions within the power block. But then, what would be the contradictions in question between Giscard and Chirac in your opinion? In broad strokes. To clarify your thoughts on these contradictions within the power block. As we speak, we can only make a few hypotheses because we do not always have all the elements in hand. We saw very clearly over time the contradictions between Giscard and de Gaulle/Pompidou. It was very clear between Giscard, let's say between the Independent Republicans, and the UDR. The UDR, it is very clear, it was the project of the hegemony of the industrial fraction of monopoly capital against the traditional hegemony in France of banking monopoly capital, because monopoly capital is not an integrated entity but a process of fusion, which means that there are very often contradictions between industrial monopoly capital and banking monopoly capital within financial monopoly capital, on which the contradiction between what I have designated elsewhere as the internal bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie much more dependent on foreign and internationalized imperialist capital was articulated, in a complex way. Now, I hesitate a little to locate exactly these contradictions between Giscard and Chirac, because it is quite obvious that to the extent that Giscard is the head of state, there is not a single Giscard, there are several Giscards. To a certain extent, these contradictions now cross Giscard himself, that is to say, they cross the top of the state. That said, some of the old contradictions remain. It is quite obvious that monopolistic banking and foreign capital, especially American, have tried to take their revenge, while the monopolistic fractions of the bourgeoisie formerly represented by the Gaullist project are once again on the attack. There must therefore remain some of these aspects in the current attempt by Chirac and the UDR. There is still a different project there as regards the type of tactics towards the popular masses. We see, to a certain extent, Giscard now leaning more towards an old coordinate of the French bourgeoisie, that is to say wanting to create social democracy without the Social Democratic Party or without the socialists, because currently it is very difficult to do it with the socialists, although it is not excluded that this is in Giscard's project. It would then be a policy of reforms, particularly with regard to the new petty bourgeoisie, the new middle wage strata, whereas, on the other hand, with Chirac, we see traditional right-wing populism, reserving as its main base the layers of the peasantry and the layers of the traditional petty bourgeoisie, which still remain relatively important in France. Yes, but there would be another way of always asking the same question. Does it really seem to you that the politics of power, the politics of class power within the state, is strictly speaking incoherent, its elaboration so difficult, so contradictory? Absolutely. All this depends, if you like, on the current economic role of the state, but also on the content that we attribute to the term economic policy. Is there a state economic policy and at what level? This is therefore also at the short-term or long-term level. When we examine the politics of the bourgeoisie, and in particular the economic policy, which is currently very important, we see that this policy is always extremely chaotic and contradictory in the short term. You say in the short term, and in the dialectics article you even said in the short term and at first glance. That's it? Because there is not at all, as one can imagine, a project linked to the will of an enlightened bureaucracy or of the political personnel of the dominant classes such that it can order the various concrete and partial measures immediately into a constituted and coherent long-term project. What it is rather a result of the balance of power within the state, that is to say extremely contradictory processes, measures, countermeasures, blockages, staged filtering, etc. Including the application of this policy? Especially at the application level. Very often, we see major projects coming out and then, at the level of the central apparatus, the local, regional or municipal apparatus, they are completely distorted. It is not by chance that since the existence of the bourgeoisie one of the permanent themes of Parliament has been the control of the application of laws. Currently, we see that there are still projects on the part of the UDR or the majority to create specific committees of Parliament to control the application of laws, measures taken at the top of the central apparatus. It is a permanent problem of the bourgeoisie, which means that, even when a hegemonic fraction has central power and tries to apply a policy totally consistent with its interests, there are always points of resistance within the state which mean that these measures do not completely pass. This does not mean that such a person, representative of big capital at the top of the state, consciously takes into consideration in his projects, in a coherent manner, the interests of other fractions. But it is very often the fact that there are measures taken out at a certain strategic point of the state apparatus in favor of this or that fraction of the bourgeoisie which are blocked, abandoned, very often deviated in such a way that other fractions of the bourgeoisie have theirs introduced, at a certain moment of the state. Which means that what comes out of all this functioning of the state is something which, in the short term, appears extremely chaotic and contradictory and which nevertheless, if we examine it in the long term, has a certain coherence. Which, in this result of a balance of forces, the hegemony of a fraction is always manifested, which is notably monopoly capital. In the long run, there is a balance of power that manages to become dominant. This is consistency, but it is only seen after the fact and is only established in the long term. I keep coming back to the objection I've been trying to make to you for some time. Don't you believe that these inconsistencies in the development and application of class policy of power within the state originate much more in the general class struggles in society between the dominated classes and the power bloc, and in particular, in the dominated classes, between the working class and the power bloc, than in the points of resistance internal to the state? I do not deny at all that the fundamental contradiction is that between dominated classes and dominant classes. I also do not deny that the contradictions within the power block, as I said, are ultimately also due to the type of resistance that the dominated classes have towards the dominant classes. For example, one of the decisive aspects of the incoherence of the policy of the state apparatus lies in the dominated classes. That said, does the resistance struggle of the dominated classes manifest itself within the state always and only in a direct and open way, or also through the internal contradictions of the bloc in power, contradictions of which it is the fundamental factor? We can take the example that I examined in the crisis of dictatorships. Although the contradiction between dominant classes and dominated classes had the fundamental role, nevertheless it did not have the main role. In Greece or Portugal, military dictatorships did not collapse through a mass movement, even non-frontal. I'm not talking about an insurrection, there was none. But there was also no open and declared political mass movement of the type political general strike or mass demonstrations. When these states collapsed, they collapsed through internal contradictions which had to do with the effect of the struggles of the popular masses within the state, but also and above all with internal contradictions within the ruling bloc which, to a certain extent, themselves reflected the fundamental contradiction as it existed within the state, but it was not the direct, punctual, and open struggle of the popular masses which played the main role. V. The Party Crisis. 1979. We had with you, in issues 13 and 17 of Dialectics, 2 interviews on power and the state today 23. Since then, your latest book has appeared, The State, Power, Socialism 24, and the debate sparked by Althusser's intervention published in Il Manifesto and in Dialectics. How do you position yourself in relation to this debate 25? I would like to point out beforehand that there are currently, on the international level, important discussions on the state which, however, do not break through in France. We especially know here, notably thanks to Dialectics, the one which took place in Italy. This is to say that this debate remains tainted by Latin provincialism. It nevertheless poses certain important problems. Now I understand that Althusser's intervention was originally made in the form of an interview, from which we cannot expect the rigor of a constructed text. This intervention, however, includes some positions which call for serious reservations. A. Althusser's first position, the distinction between the capitalist state and civil society would be a pure and simple juridico-ideological representation of the bourgeoisie. This position is entirely descriptive, both true and false. It is indeed too easy to get rid of the real problem by criticizing the way it has arisen in bourgeois ideology. Let us therefore leave aside, in this interview, the term civil society, which has strong ideological connotations, replacing it with that of social relations of production and reproduction. Althusser's proposition is, to a certain extent, true. I have tried to show in my recent works that, contrary to Althusser's initial positions, the state cannot be considered as an instance or level in itself, totally distinct from the relations of production and reproduction already there and essentially self-reproducible, a state holding a natural autonomy through the various modes of production. 26. The state is already present in the very constitution of relations of production, and not only in their reproduction, as Althusser will later argue in his article Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses. The state, capitalist in particular, produces and makes reality, has an eminent positivity. To understand this role of the state to which Althusser now seems to refer, we must clearly go beyond his conception of the state in the article in question, and more generally a traditional conception of the state within Marxism, that which exhausts its action in negativity, even in the exercise of repression and in the inculcation, however material it may be, of ideological legitimation. The state does not equal repression plus ideology. We must take the greatest account of the economic role of the state in its specific materiality, of its declared role as political organizer of the bourgeoisie, and finally of all the procedures and techniques of disciplinary and normalizing power of the state. But this proposition contains an element of falsity. As often happens to my friend Althusser, he thinks in extremes, he goes from one extreme to the other by twisting the stick in one direction or the other. In fact, as Marx showed perfectly, a relative separation of the state and the social relations of production and reproduction marks capitalism and its social division of labor. This separation is not only the foundation of capitalist state power but also, if not above all, of its own materiality as a special apparatus. This separation, presupposition of the particular presence of the state in the relations of production, is also the foundation of the relative autonomy of the state and modern politics which, against the tradition of economic reductionism of the Third International, a certain number of us were able to establish. Separation which, I repeat, has nothing to do with its legal ideological representation, state universality versus civil society individualized particularisms, or totalitarian state Moloch versus breakdown of the social. In fact, by purely and simply denying, as Althusser now does, this separation, we end up, whether we like it or not, with manifestly erroneous results. A. We are unable, on the one hand, to periodize the capitalist state, a periodization marked precisely by the differential forms of this separation, so-called liberal state, interventionist state, welfare state, and current authoritarian statism. On the other hand, and for the same reasons, to distinguish between parliamentary democratic forms of state and forms of exceptional state, or even real forms of totalitarianism, it is this incapacity which led the Third International to the theory of social fascism. B. We risk ending up, paradoxically, by following an opposite path, with the most outrageous aspects of the design of the CME. While some proponents of this conception basically maintain that today, for the first time, we are witnessing the abolition of this separation, Althusser seems content to call into question the mere novelty of the phenomenon, by claiming in some way that it was always like this. C. I fear that we will necessarily be led to reduce all phenomena of power to the state supposed to be organically diffused throughout society by regimenting it, thereby reconnecting with the statocratic conception of the Third International. D. Finally and above all, we end up not even being able to ask the question of the necessary maintenance and deepening, under socialism, of political freedoms, which necessarily requires specific institutions which guarantee them. This then implies a certain separation between the state and social relations, therefore necessarily a certain non-withering away of the state. In short, without falling into left-wing neoliberalism, we still cannot deal with this question, which is basically that of the rule of law, by limiting it, as Althusser seems to do, to that of a simple rule of the game organizing the multi-party system. In doing so, we block the path to a positive analysis of the exercise of power in the transition and under democratic socialism, an analysis whose absence within Marxism was rightly highlighted by Bobbio. B. Althusser's second position, related to the first, we could not currently speak of a specific enlargement of the state, of a politicization of the social specific to today's capitalism, because the bourgeois state would already be semper allargato, always enlarged in its principle. Here too, this is a descriptive position, both true and false. In fact, this position is correct if applied to bourgeois legal political ideology. I pointed out in Political Power and Social Classes that, for bourgeois political ideology, there can be no limit of principle and law to the activity and encroachments of the state in the so-called sphere of the individual private. From Hobbes to Locke, from Rousseau himself to Hegel, things are clear. Now this ideological representation contains, let us say, an element of truth. But what is valid in this representation is not that it covers any natural principle of enlargement of the bourgeois state. It covers a historical trend inscribed in the materiality of the state and its reproduction. Indeed, I have insisted elsewhere, the separation of the modern state and social relations does not refer to some prior demarcation, to intrinsic limits, between the public political and the individual private. The individualization of the social body resides in the practices and techniques of a state which, in the same movement, incorporates the unity of these divided monads. The individual private is not an intrinsic obstacle to state action, but a space that the state constructs by tracing its contours, it is what becomes a retractable horizon, while being the seat of resistance during the state approach. This does not mean that the expansion of the state does not have specific historical limits, but that these do not depend on some neutrality of the individual private. The state is therefore not always enlarged in its principle, as Althusser maintains, as if it were a question of a trans-historical nature of the state, variously manifested and/or concretized in reality. This enlargement constitutes a trend, thus including, against Keynesian or other illusions, its own limits, posed both by the process of production and the class struggle and, moreover, by the very framework of the state. We therefore see that the demarcations, according to historical periods, of this enlargement are of the greatest importance. Who, what is expanding towards whom, towards what? From the liberal state to the interventionist state after the crisis of 1930, to the welfare state and current authoritarian statism, the very terms public-private, state-social relations, between which the expansion of the state varies, have been completely modified. There is therefore no doubt that we are currently witnessing a new stage in this process, namely the direct presence of the state at the very heart of the production of surplus value and the reproduction of labor power. The prodigious extension of the functions of the state, including its expansion towards the fields of knowledge and science, the concentration of knowledge and power are only the clues. We are thus witnessing a whole reformulation of the public and private, political and economic social spaces, a considerable modification of their articulation. This presence of state networks in everyday life in fact leads to what Ingrao describes as politicization of the social. On condition, however, that we do not lose sight of the limits of this current extension of the state, transcription in the social field of the separation of state/social relations, and which also pose borders to this politicization of the social. Limits that seem to me to be lost sight of by both Ingrao and Althusser. Ingrao, when he seems to understand by politicization an exhaustive, possible, even desirable, inclusion of the social private in the state political synthesis. Althusser, who criticizes Ingrao for this conception of politicization of the social, considering it as bourgeois politicization, while maintaining for his part, I will come back to this, the possibility of another politics, proletarian this time, but radically located outside the state, in a phantasmatic non-place. It indeed seems to me that, despite their differences, Althusser and Ingrao adopt, to a certain extent, the same essentialist topological conception of the state, which leads them both, by different paths, to an effective generalized pumpoliticism. Let us stick with Althusser for the moment. Contrary to what he supports, any class struggle, all social movements, insofar as they are political or, rather, in their political aspects, are necessarily located on the strategic terrain that is the state. A proletarian policy cannot be located outside the state, any more than a policy located within the state is necessarily bourgeois. If there are, in fact, always limits to the enlargement of the state, to the politicization of the social, it is precisely to the extent that class struggles and social movements always go far beyond the state, even conceived in the broad sense, to the extent that everything is not political, where politics is not the only dimension of existence of the social. Going beyond the statist institutionalist fixation of the Third International, even favoring the consideration of social movements cannot mean attributing to everything, and at all costs, the supposed title of supreme honor, watching everywhere for the diffusion of politics. Powers and struggles are reducible neither to the state nor to politics. It is not up to Foucault to remind Marxism of this. Which does not mean that these powers and struggles do not have, in this case, such and such effects, such and such political relevance, nor that the state has no effect on them. You are referring here to Althusser's position in the interview in question, according to which the party of the working class must be located outside the state. Precisely. I think that Althusser summarizes very well, in this regard, a traditional position of the Third International concerning the state. I have explained on several occasions that this is an instrumentalist conception, the state as a tool or machine, which can be manipulated at will in the hands of the dominant classes. Power would be a quantifiable entity, embodied in the state hypostatized as an object. Moving from the mechanistic metaphor to the topological metaphor, it goes something like this: the state constitutes a monolithic block without cracks, apart from those relating to the dysfunctionalities of the bureaucracy. The internal contradictions of the state as class contradictions will never be relevant for its hardcore, but, strictly speaking, only for the AIE. This state remains a watertight castle for the revolutionary struggles of the dominated classes. Instrumentalist, but also essentialist, conception of the state: either the popular masses are included, integrated, and then contaminated by the bourgeois plague which infests the castle, or they remain pure in search of their for themselves/class consciousness, and then they are radically outside the walls. Conquering state power can therefore only mean, at least for its hardcore, only penetrating the fortified castle from the outside, by assault war of movement or by encirclement war of positions, in short always by a frontal strategy of the type of dual power. The party can thus only position itself radically outside the state, working as anti-state for the constitution of the second power which will replace the first. Against this essentialist conception, I proposed that the state be considered as a relationship, more precisely as the material condensation of a balance of forces between classes and class fractions. Power itself is not a qualifiable essence, but a relationship. The state is properly constituted by class contradictions which, in specific form, become internal contradictions of the state, and this does not only concern the AIE. State policy is the result of this contradictory process. What is decisive in making political decisions is not what happens below or beyond the state, it is what happens within the state. More than in terms of inside and outside, we must reason here in terms of terrain and strategic processes. Popular struggles, in their political aspects, are, I repeat, always located on the terrain of the state. If this is a permanent feature of the capitalist state, it nevertheless currently presents new aspects. The extension of the state into all areas of daily life means that contradictions intensify on the state terrain, which gives rise to a very particular crisis of the current state. The party cannot therefore place itself in a radical outside in relation to the state. The seizure of state power refers to a long-term strategy consisting of modifying the balance of forces on the ground of the state itself, by relying on these internal contradictions. But, contrary to a certain acceptance of these analyses by certain currents of Euro-communist parties, we must not forget that the state is not a simple relationship, it always presents a specific materiality of apparatus, which cannot be radically modified by simply changing the balance of forces. It also follows that the fact, for this party, of being located on the territory of the state does not mean, quite the contrary, that it must therefore embrace its material apparatus by modeling itself on the administrative model of the latter, or by identifying with it. This is precisely where the question of the autonomy of the organization of the working class and the popular masses lies, and not in the dissidence of this organization outside the state. However, modifying the internal balance of forces within the state, radically modifying, what is more, its materiality is only one of the aspects of a democratic transition from socialism. The other aspect of the process consists of relying at the same time on grassroots social movements, of propelling the spread of centers of direct democracy, in short of relying on popular struggles which always go far beyond the state. Limiting oneself solely to the terrain of the state, even if one adopts a so-called strategy of ruptures, is to slide imperceptibly towards social democracy, due to the specific weight of the materiality of the state. Already changing the balance of forces internal to the state can only be done by also relying on the struggles and movements which go beyond the state. This is worth more today than ever. Faced with new forms of statism and current administrative procedures, faced with attempts at neo-corporatist integration of the masses that the state is undertaking by spreading, in the social fabric, multiple networks of control, also in the context of the economic crisis and the crisis of the welfare state which induce a tendential and creeping crisis of legitimation without however leading to a breakdown in consensus, revolts popular ones are translated into new forms. The revolts do not take the same forms as in the savage crisis of 1930, neither manifest themselves in the form of generalized strikes nor in the form of a global alternative political project. But, often located upstream and downstream of the productive apparatus, these revolts are no longer, as was more or less the case a few years ago, marked by the seal of marginality. They condense a diffuse and generalized popular protest, while moving it towards the cultural domain, student, feminist, regionalist, ecological movements, neighborhood committees, citizens' commissions, etc. To which we must of course add the new forms of revolt in the factory itself. These movements are certainly not cut off from class contradictions, as Turenne maintains through the opposition that he establishes class contradictions/social movements, because they are organically linked to the contradictions inherent in the expanded reproduction of capital. They no less have their own specificity, they condense and reflect class conflicts without always being reduced to them. Movements which go far beyond the institutions of representative democracy by situating themselves in the self-management perspective. What is at stake is therefore the articulation of the two aspects of the process. It is not a question of destroying the institutions of representative democracy, which were also, if not above all, a conquest of the popular masses, for the sole benefit of struggles outside the state direct democracy, nor is it a question of deserting, if not stifling, these grassroots movements in favor of simple reforms of representative democracy. Two aspects of the process which must remain relatively distinct. This is where, on the other hand, Ingrau's position poses some problems. Ingrau is well aware of the risks of corporatism, atomized or socio-professional reprivatization, and fragmentation that threaten the self-management movement. We even know that, for the Deleuze-Foucault current, this is established as a positive theory of social movements, singular micro-revolts, scattered resistances, isolated experiments, the only way, according to them, to avoid a strategy which would, therefore, risk imprisoning these movements in the net of the political state, by depriving them of their autonomy. Of course, leaving it there is the best way for these movements to be taken over by the institutionalized neocorporatism and vertical neoclientelism of the state as it is today, integrated into the repressive permissiveness of the state. We are already seeing this recovery almost everywhere. What are the means recommended by Ingrau to ward off this very real danger, although probably exaggerated by Italian and German thinkers, who tend to generalize somewhat hastily based on the traces left in their countries by fascism and Nazism? In a way, it would be a question of articulating social movements to the state transition process through their subordination insertion into the institutions of a democratized state. It is the state considered here as a moment of globality, as a general synthesis, a conception which, however diametrically opposed to that of Althusser, nevertheless testifies, to a certain extent, to the same essentialist vision of the state. In any case, this conception of Ingrau was, in fact, put into practice by the Austro-Marxist political experience which, wanting to be equidistant from Bolshevism and social democracy, precisely attempted to articulate the two aspects of the process in question, but by incorporating the second into the first. Experience has shown that, in this case, due to the specific materiality of the state apparatus, these movements ended up dissolving within the confines of the state by integrating and identifying with its administrative circuit. I therefore wonder for my part if, and to what extent, a certain irreducible tension between these two aspects of the process is not a risk to be assumed. Moreover, if it is not an integral part of a dynamic of transition to democratic socialism. This is where the questions arise about the role of the party in these movements today and the crisis that the communist parties are going through in the West. Exactly. To start with the second question, I do not think at all for my part that it is, as is sometimes said today, a crisis of the party form. Talking about this seems to me just as inaccurate as talking about a crisis of the state form. On the one hand, it is a general crisis of the system of political parties, related to new economic realities, to the current crisis of the state and its new form of authoritarian statism, a crisis in which the PCs in Western Europe participate, in part. It is, on the other hand, a crisis specific to mass workers' parties in the countries of advanced capitalism. To grasp the first aspect of the question, the greatest importance must be attributed to current ideological processes. Indeed, I repeat that we should not consider repression, open violence, and the organization of consent as two terms of a power quantity that the state would hold, according to the image of the centaur. We thus apply the essentialist empiricist concept of zero-sum power to the state, such that a reduction in the degree of legitimation would automatically correspond to an inversely proportional increase in repression, and vice versa. In fact, an increase in repressive violence on the part of the state is necessarily accompanied by an accentuated reformulation of its legitimization. This is precisely what is currently happening as the state's response to its own crisis. I cannot insist here on the new repressive forms of the current state, connoting an accentuation of the open violence of the state and not only an increase in said symbolic violence. But this is accompanied by a real restructuring of the ideology of the right, seriously shaken by the rise of struggles after 1968, and which proves, once again, the prodigious capacities for cultural integration of capitalism. Continuing to speak of crisis ideologies in this regard hardly seems accurate to me, because we are currently witnessing a real restructuring of the dominant ideology. Restructuring whose originality lies in the contradictory arrangement of various currents, some of them quite old. A. The irrationalism specific to the general offensive both against Marxism and against the rationalism of the Enlightenment. Irrationalism and neo-spiritualism, which are therefore no longer a simple ideological effect of crisis, but which cover, by paving the way for it, an already old type of rationality which this time tends to invade the entire social fabric, instrumental rationality and the technocratic logic of experts, relatively opposed to those of the law and the general will. B. Neoliberalism, manifest in an anti-state discourse under the guise of liberation of the individual from the encroachments of the state. Although the proponents of this neoliberalism often present themselves as enthusiasts of anarcho-capitalism, it should not be understood that they are advocating a real, impossible return to wild competitive capitalism. The state continues to play an organic role in the reproduction of capital. What they are in fact advocating is the withdrawal, already well underway, of the social functions of the welfare state which were an important conquest of the popular masses. C. Authoritarianism, namely the new discourse of law and order, citizen security, necessary restrictions on the abuse of democratic freedoms, etc. This restructuring of the content of the dominant discourse corresponds to, and even induces and accuses, considerable modifications of the channels and devices which develop and disseminate it. The main ideological role is shifting from school, university, publishing to the media. However, it is important to add that this shift refers, within state circuits, to a more general shift in legitimation procedures, from political parties to the state administration of which they were, therefore, the privileged interlocutors. This is probably the basis. The redeployment of the media goes hand in hand with their multifaceted and increasing control by the state administration. The logic and symbolism implemented in the media discourse reproduce by transfer those, current, of the administration. All this is the basis of a crisis and a decline of political parties, which until recently still played an important role. If they were no longer present in the actual places of decision-making, who were already deserting Parliament to find accommodation within the executive, they still held a decisive role in political organization and representation of class interests vis-a-vis the state administration of which they were, therefore, the privileged interlocutors. They constituted, in addition, ideological apparatuses of the highest rank, essentially developing and transmitting a discourse based on the general will and underpinning the institutions of representative democracy, in short that of the rule of law. However, currently, the administration sets itself up as the main political organizer of the dominant classes and as the privileged integrator of the popular masses. It consolidates itself as the main place of decision-making, addressing, to do this, the various socio-professional groups over the parties. This leads to a crisis in the representativeness of power parties among the classes and fractions they represent. The role of legitimization shifts at the same time to the administration. Thus the discourse of authoritarian technocratism finds in the administration a privileged place of emission. This is also the case for the neoliberal discourse, which joins the traditional form of self-legitimation of the state. This role of the administration in turn influences the dominant ideological discourse, standardization and flattening of this discourse, plebiscitary populist forms of consent combined with the hermeticism of the language of experts. This crisis in the party system certainly mainly concerns the parties in power, those which participate, in a regular alternation, in the government, including therefore several social democratic parties. But it also concerns, in certain aspects, the Western communist parties to the very extent that, regardless of whether they belong to the governmental sphere, they are no less present on the ground of the state. But, more generally, the mass workers' parties are also affected by their own crisis, which primarily concerns the communist parties. Certain political strategic orientations of these parties, certain aspects of the bureaucratic phenomenon within them certainly play a role in this crisis, but the fundamental reasons for it are, above all, social, something that the French discussion around this question tends to obscure. Indeed, these parties were organizationally built, for the most part, not only as workers' parties in the strict sense but also as focused, in society, mainly on the contradictions within the very heart of the productive apparatus, of the factory. However, many essential social movements concerning the working class itself are currently taking place at a distance from the places of production. These movements and struggles are also, by their nature, already multi-classist. This is at the origin of a crisis at the very moment when workers' parties must play a new role in articulating the transformations of the state and the development of social movements. Indeed, against a certain conception of the autonomy of the social in relation to political organizations, it seems obvious that, faced with the risks of corporatism and recuperation, also faced with the risks of serious conflicts between these two aspects of the process, these parties must be actively present in the new social movements. That this can only be done by means of considerable transformations of these parties, of their attitude towards these movements, of their internal organization, of their relationships with unions and mass organizations, is obvious. But the real question is what form of party presence should be in this field. However, in this case too, Ingrau's position, one of the most advanced in this field, is problematic. It consists, schematically said, of seeing in the party the moment of globalization of new social struggles, in the sense that a transformed party should succeed in synthesizing them, orienting them, even framing them in the form of a constellation of which it would be the main axis. Position equivalent to that adopted by Ingrau with regard to the democratized state-social movement relationship. The questions here concern, on the one hand, the party itself, to what extent can it, or even must it, transform itself in order to capture social movements without ending up with a catch-all populist type party 28? But they also concern social movements. It is not at all obvious that by their insertion into any party, however transformed and democratized it may be, they would not thereby lose their own specificity. All the more so since these movements have not found specific forms of organization so that their relationship with the party can be of the order of a new party/mass organization relationship, the risk therefore for them of thus dissolving into the party is only greater. I therefore wonder if, here too, a certain irreducible tension between workers' parties and social movements is not a necessary condition for the dynamics of a transition to democratic socialism.